All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome. If you are new here, thank you all so much for joining me today. Waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Hope everybody's doing well today. I'm just gonna let everybody know right now. Just gonna let you know right now. I'm gonna have energy up front. Might be a crash later. There might be a crash later. Oh man, I just ate so much food, dude. Playing a lot of PS4 games. And Corey, what is going on, man? Boss is here. He knows. He knew you were ready, Corey. Corey comes in and does what he does.
I'm no hero. Never was.
He drops 5 member gifts. What did I eat? I ate beer battered fish fillets. Had a couple of barbecue chips with it, and I followed it up with a bowl of Life cereal. I may have eaten more than that, and I'm just not telling you guys because it's like, at what point do I just look like a giant fatty, you know? But I've been exercising a lot. And Michael, he saves me from having to shame myself further. He drops 10 member gifts for you guys. Corey kicks it off with 5. Michael follows it up with 10. And we need you guys to roundhouse the like button because exclusives are coming back. Xbox exclusives, they're back. Maybe, I don't know, probably not. But, you know, in this moment, we can pretend they are. Pragmata is reviewing very well. So right off the bat, guys, we're sitting at 15 members. Boss, this is going well for you. This is going well. Let me add that to the counter. We hit 25. We'll feed the beast so he can get nice and nice and fat like me right now. And Hellbound comes in. Hellbound, he sees it. He sees the member train. He wants to feed the beast. He drops 5 more. And just like that, before I could even finish saying what I was eating for lunch, we're sitting at 20 members. 5 more does it. Who's going to do it? I know somebody's going to do it. Somebody's going to dunk it. Hellbound, Michael, Corey, thank you guys so much. Guys, if you get gifted a membership, keep in mind we're going to be doing a Morning with the Misses episode this Friday. So please look forward to that. It's going to be members exclusive. Exclusive. Understand the meaning of exclusives? I know you do. I know you do. Barbecue pork chow mein for this guy. Cheese and chainsaws. Yeah, I thought I'd see you with that GTA leak, bro. Saying GTA leaks were interesting, although it's crazy. PlayStation with 5 times the player base than L-Box has 5 times players on GTA. No way, that's impossible. Dude, I was getting clowned on with my post. Because I'm just like, hey, this probably explains why, like, Rockstar is choosing, you know, to align GTA 6 with PlayStation. And we're like, no, y'all just a bunch of suckers over there. That's why spending all your money on those damn shark cards. I'm like, yeah, I guess so, bro. I guess so. I don't, like, whoa. I'm not the one who leaked the data. If I understand correctly, though, Cheese and Chainsaws, you can inform me of this. I don't know if it's true or not. Again, because I don't play on PC. We were looking at the GTA role-playing servers. Is it true that, I don't want to say most, but a lot of people playing GTA on PC are not, like, they're booting it up separately or something, or different clients or whatever. Like, they're not counted, technically, in that 800,000 players. I don't know if that's true or not. I saw some people saying that. I know things are different on PC. It's different over there. It's a little bit different over there. So I don't know. I don't know if there's truth to that. But yeah, I was expecting them to leak something crazier. Everybody was expecting something crazy. And like, we stole our GTA Online data. We're going to tell you how much money they're making through the shark cards. That's worth $200,000, right? And Cheese and Chainsaws are saying PC has the mod and RP community that made money off of private servers. That's why Rockstar bought 5M to get that money themselves now. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, because when I was looking at that, I'm like, dude, if that PC number's so low because of that, yeah, it explains why they bought them. And they're like, we're just going to fold this in. You know, that cash flow that's going your way, we're just going to move it on over here. That makes sense. But yeah, dude, the amount of people buying shark cards and microtransactions for GTA Online on a weekly basis. I think they're making like $7 million on a weekly basis, dude, just from shark cards. What? What, boss? Hang tight, boss. Hang tight. We only need 5 more. We'll see. Somebody will come through for you. You gotta be a little patient. Yeah, I'm letting you know now, if like an hour from now, maybe an hour and a half at some point, if at some point my energy levels just plummet, it's because I'm gonna crash. I had a lot of sugar. All right. I love the energy burst. I do. People are gonna think I'm on drugs. I'm not. I don't do that stuff. Okay. I would tell you if I did. You don't have to worry about that. And Corey does it. Corey's like, I ain't gonna wait around. I'm dropping the 5. Corey drops 5. And he takes a yet. Oh God. He drops 5. He gets us to 25. It's time to feed the beast, guys. If we hit a second goal today, we'll do some more drumming. I've been practicing. You know, I'm looking forward to playing again at some point. Because I, you know, when I first played the other day, I was not fully comfortable. And maybe I'm still not fully comfortable, but we'll get there. All right.
Boasty, read me.
Let
It's
me
time
just
to feed the beast.
update this. Thank you guys so much for all the support. 25 members right out of the gate. What can I say? What can I say? I didn't even need to change the Feed the Beast logo. Cheese and Chainsaws, I'm going to read your chat in just 1 second. Let me get this boy some treats. All right, bro. Here you go. They got you. You ready? Enjoy. Thank you, guys. Boss is very happy. He's always excited to start the stream now. Great. Cheese and Chainsaws. Thank you for the 10-pound super chat. You're saying nuts from the leak is it took 10 years to hit $5 billion from GTA Online. Fortnite hit that multiple times. 2018, 5.4 billion. 2020, 5.1 billion. 23, 6.2 billion. 5.8 billion for 2024 and 6 billion for 25. And you know what's so crazy about that? Like, I believe it because Fortnite is... I mean, Fortnite, it has something that GTA Online can never have. It's the same thing that Roblox has, which is like it just appeals to a younger audience. You know, it's more inviting, more welcoming. GTA Online is basically the opposite. It's kids and teenagers are not supposed to be playing GTA Online. But it makes it interesting when you look at those numbers, you know, clearing 5 billion basically every year, reaching highs of 6.2 billion. Speaking about Fortnite, how are they coming out here and raising the price of V-Bucks and basically saying like, we got to lay 1,000 people off? What's going on? What's going on? I know sugar's bad. I know. I've been trying my best though. I've been trying to exercise hard, you know, trying to justify it. I'm an addict. I am addicted to sugar. But that's crazy to me. Like, I did hear some people say recently that it's because of the legal battles that Epic Games has been fighting. You know, they've been going up against Apple and Google and stuff like that. And, you know, the legal fees are, like, insane. So, like, basically they're taking all that money and taking a massive portion of it and just dumping it into legal fees. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the idea of exclusivity returning for Xbox, what that might mean, whether or not we should believe it or not. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on. I got a message. Just give me 1 sec. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I just gotta... Oh, that sucks. All right. My bad. Michael Warneth with the $2 chat. You're saying, why can't I buy super stickers on PC? PC sucks. Dude, that's the second time. Did they remove super stickers from PC? I have it right here. What's going on? I got super stickers on my PC. Who was the other person? I think it was Zanarkand. He was trying to do super stickers and it wouldn't let him. And those were his favorite. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Take-Two want it to be like Fortnite. I'm scared for GTA. I mean, yeah, there's no doubt that Take-Two probably sees the success of Fortnite and Roblox and wants to be in that upper echelon. They want to be like, you know, number 1, 2, or 3. But I don't know how they could achieve that without fundamentally changing. I mean, the name of the game is literally Grand Theft Auto, you know? Like, I just don't think there's ever going to be a way for them to bring it down to make it somehow accessible to a younger audience. I mean, the GTA Kids Edition, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. I think it is unfortunate from a business standpoint that like you have a kind of a cap here because you know your property is just inherently a mature themed property. But I like that. Like I'm with you. I don't want to see them like dumb it down. Like I don't want to see them try to appeal to an audience they shouldn't be trying to appeal to. I don't think anybody wants to see that. And Mega iPod Music, a member for 6 months. You're saying, MBG, what's the next game you'll be playing? Probably Mouse PI for Hire. The reviews just came out for that. It's looking pretty good. I would like to play Pragmata, but Saros is also coming up. So, you know, will I be able to juggle 3 games at once? I'm not sure. And Makui Ninja with a $2 chat saying, don't believe it, and even if they do, they'll fail. Yeah, we're gonna dive into this conversation in a couple minutes here. I don't believe it either. I do not believe that Microsoft is going to go back to exclusivity. That's not copium from a PlayStation fanboy. I want them to go back to exclusivity. I just don't think they will. But I'll tell you guys where this is coming from. We also have another insider pushing back against it, you know. How the F did you make it $1.99? Why did I pay 1 cent more? Wait, yeah, what? I just noticed that too. Michael, your super chat is a flat $2. Makui Ninjas is $1.99. Thank you for the extra penny, Michael. Thank you. It's the difference maker. It's more of a difference maker than you would realize. I'm skimming you, yeah. MBG, put that clown wig on and juggle those games. I love how we had to throw the clown wig in there. No, I haven't played Silent Hill. I don't think I'm going to play Silent Hill, to be honest. I just don't know that I'm going to ever get around to it. The draw from that, I don't know. I'm not feeling the same draw with that game as I felt for like Silent Hill 2 Remake and even like Silent Hill 1 Remake. I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe one day I will, though. That I could see that being a game that I spontaneously play. Yeah, Townfall looks more interesting to me, honestly. Yeah, I know. And I'm probably missing out. I've heard really good things about it. I'm probably doing myself a disservice. No state of play still. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying in GTA Online, they nerfed stealing cars in a game called GTA. LOL. Sony, you waited until you were the age. They waited until you were the age required to play GTA. Kids play it. Wait, did they really do that? Hold on. You're saying they nerfed stealing cars. There has to be a reason behind that. Can you still steal cars in GTA Online? There's just no way. They nerfed it. Yes, you can still steal cars from NPCs in GTA Online, but with limitations. You can steal and sell low to mid-range street vehicles, but most high-end vehicles cannot be stolen. Oh, okay. The primary way... Shark cards. Yep. Microtransactions. You're right. They nerfed the game in the name of microtransactions. The primary way to get high-end cars is to purchase them from in-game websites. That's so funny, dude. Most cars valued over 100K or any DLC vehicles cannot be stored even if stolen. We need those microtransactions, bro. That's nuts. I mean, it's not nuts. It is and it isn't. It just sounds silly because it's like, yeah, we're nerfing car stealing in a game called Grand Theft Auto, but you know they're doing it because they want people to actually buy shark cards to buy the more premium vehicles. Gotta love it. Gaming in 2026. And Cheese, you're saying if it's the Jez stuff, he said there's discussions about exclusivity, not that they're doing it. Sony will still discuss PC, but won't do it. It's business. I agree. But you know, a lot of people are running with this, man. A lot of people, it's understandable. I think it's the timing of it. I think it's the fact that he's saying this not too long after the new CEO comes in. The new CEO says, "Hear you." You know, we're seeing. I don't know if there's any credibility to it, and I don't think there is, but people are talking about Gears of War E-Day maybe not releasing on PlayStation, being an actual Xbox exclusive. And, you know, we haven't had any, like, reliable sources corroborating that, but you're saying, so you didn't play GTA until you were an adult? Oh, no, I was playing as a kid. For sure. Like, I have no doubt kids definitely play GTA Online. But I just think that, like, so I don't know. I guess for me, like, my first GTA experience was playing GTA 3 over my cousin's house. And I think our parents just, they didn't really understand, you know? They were just like, whatever. It's video games, you know? Like, they're not serious. You know, meanwhile, I'm playing GTA Vice City. That was the first game I got for my PS2. So I was playing as a kid. Maybe that helps explain why it turned out the way I did. But I just think today it's a little bit different where, like, I don't know. You know, the graphics have changed so much. They look so much more realistic. I feel like a parent is more likely to be like, no, today than they were back then. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I do wonder what the demographic is there. Like, how many like younger kids, like 8, 9, 10 years old, are actually playing GTA? My mom let me play GTA 3, but I had to play it on mute. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I just think my parents didn't. I don't remember, like, did I have to? The only thing I can remember is when I was in the GameStop, and it was finally the day where, like, I was gonna, you know, my mom was buying me a PlayStation 2 because I would not stop harassing my parents for it. And the game I wanted, I was like, GTA Vice City, and I think the GameStop employee was like letting her know, like, this is a really mature game, and, you know, the whole thing. It's rated M, and I was like, I played it at my cousin's. It's fine. It's not that serious. And, you know, she caved, and she's like, okay, all right, because I think she knew I was probably gonna have a meltdown if she didn't let me get it. But I also, knowing my parents, like, I just don't think they understood. I don't think they had any idea. So yeah, maybe I got lucky there. I even got the strategy guide, bro. So check MP first ASAP. All right. Hold on. Cheese and chainsaws. Give me 1 second. Breaking news. Ooh. We have a report from MP First. God of War Faye spinoff claimed to feature Tyr in multiple mythologies. Uh-oh. Do we have our first big leak for the Faye game? All right, we'll check that out. We've got some breaking news. But Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying I stopped playing GTA Online when they added the flying car. That's about the time I stopped playing too. Flying cars and all the other stupid over-the-top crap. That's what they'll do in GTA 6 Online. Yeah, I mean, one of the things I remember I tried to really get into with GTA Online, but it just didn't work the way I had hoped it would, was I remember in the earlier days, and I guess you could still do it now, but you could do, like, TDM and stuff, right? You could do regular, like, PvP type modes. But every time I tried to really do that, it just felt like the game's mechanics did not facilitate that. Now, it didn't help that I was coming off of Max Payne 3, and Max Payne 3 had a multiplayer mode. It was amazing. Some of the best, like, dude, it's a shame we don't have like a proper Max Payne 4 or some kind of, I mean, I know it sounds insane to say this, but like a live service Max Payne game, because the shooting mechanics, the third-person shooting mechanics from Max Payne 3 were next level. I still haven't played anything like it. They still hold up today. And so to go from that to GTA 5 online, where it doesn't feel like that at all, and most of it's just like auto aim and stuff like that, I was like, well, okay, what now? And so I'd do like races and stuff. And yeah, I mean, I played it for a couple years, and then it started to kind of, I think I remember returning for the heists, and I played some of the heists for a while. And then one of the things I remember was like there was a flying motorcycle or some shit. And when I saw that, that's when I was like, yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here anymore. Will they do that with the GTA 6? I don't know. I mean, probably, with the online component, but I'm just curious to see how different, or maybe not different, the mechanics are this time around. The guy at Blockbuster did the same thing, Nicodemus. That's funny. Yeah, we have some kind of report here for God of War. It's going to feature multiple mythologies. All right. Yeah, we got a lot to cover today, man. There's a lot. Mustache hair on my tongue. Sorry, you guys had to see that. Be the first to play new games like Forza Horizon 6 as well as Xbox exclusives. That's on the Xbox dashboard. Wait, really? Oh, hold on. Nah, you're trolling me. You're trolling me. MBG Jacksepticeye posted a video about the Bloodborne thing. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that as well. Something's going on there. Well, I mean, I can't tell if you have to be trolling. There's no way they brought back the term exclusives. Did they really? Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, you're gonna have to. If that's true, you're gonna have to. You're not. And where did you say it was? Hold on. You said it was on the Xbox dashboard. All right, hold on. Let me boot up my Xbox. In Xbox. Oh my God, there's so much shit going on right now, dude. Roblox launches native PS5 app. Well, rip GTA Online. Xbox insiders hint at return to exclusive game strategy. Oh my God. Wait, hold on. Charlie Intel 3 hours ago, Xbox dashboard has a new ad that says Game Pass includes, quote, Xbox exclusives. Be the first to, oh my God, you were right. I thought you were trolling me, dude. Be the first to play new games like Forza Horizon 6 as well as Xbox exclusives. Oh. It probably means on Game Pass. We got a Bloodborne movie before 60 FPS. Dude, I don't know what the hell's going on with Bloodborne. Yeah, and Jacksepticeye? What? I'm so confused. Exclusively on Game Pass. No other service. Dude, they're being cheeky. They're being cheeky as all hell. They know what they're doing. It's out of context. I mean, maybe they're literally just talking about whatever Xbox games they didn't port to PlayStation yet. Halo 5. I mean, that's technically still exclusive, right? That's funny. That's just so funny because I didn't expect that to be real, and yet it is. Xbox are reportedly considering a return to exclusives. Jez Corden said on the Xbox 2, quote, there are very, very big discussions regarding exclusivity internally at Xbox. Another insider who covers Xbox stuff sometimes, Sneakers SO, in regards to what Jez Corden said, he said there has always been a discussion around exclusivity happening in some form or fashion. It's never coming back. So, yeah, I mean, that's true. Cheese, you're saying he's annoying, but he's a gamer and a fan of Bloodborne. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually think Jacksepticeye is pretty cool. Like, I don't watch him that often. The last video I saw from him was actually he bought a drum set. And so I actually have something very much in common with him there, where he was talking about wanting to get really back into drumming. He bought an acoustic set, and I was watching him set it up and everything, and he's into like the same music that I'm into. I'm like, that's pretty cool. But yeah, from what I understand gaming-wise, Bloodborne's like his #1 game. It's just so random to me because it's like Elden Ring movie, Alex Garland, like a well-respected director, somebody who's been around for a while. And it's like Bloodborne, Jacksepticeye. It just feels, well, to be fair, it's an animated movie. The Elden Ring movie is actually live action. So maybe if they were doing a live action Bloodborne movie, I keep forgetting that. It's an animated film. And Sony Animation is, at least Sony Pictures Animation, is pretty well respected. So I just think people are confused about what the hell's going on with Bloodborne. Like, yeah, how have we not gotten a remaster? Like, just a straight remaster. I'm not talking about a remake. I'm just saying, like, 4K 60 FPS. Nintendo's just waiting at the exclusive line, waiting for these new kids to catch up again. Jacksepticeye was also trying to make a Soma animation movie as well. I've heard really good things about Soma. I haven't played it. He's not directing it, LOL, developing it. True. Yeah, he's basically acting as like a kind of producer role. Next announcement. Hideo Kojima is going to direct the Bloodborne movie. Hideo Kojima's directorial debut, Bloodborne, animated film. People would actually probably love that and hate that at the same time. Here's my thing with the Bloodborne situation. There was no mention of From Software. And the reason why this is pertinent is because we just came off of getting numerous reports, all around about how Blue Point attempted to pitch a Bloodborne remake of some kind numerous times, and even very recently. And they were turned down not because Sony didn't want to do it. Sony thought it was a good idea too, but because From Software themselves were like, nah, we're not doing it. We don't want you to do it. We don't want you touching it. Bloodborne's ours. And so what I find strange, like, here's what we have to understand. Sony owns the Bloodborne IP. So Sony can do whatever they want. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the reasoning that Sony didn't do a Bloodborne remake and turned, Blue Point down, it doesn't hold up here because the whole idea behind the reason is like, yeah, Sony, we don't want you doing anything with Bloodborne until we're ready. But like, you're going to tell me that From Software is okay with like, oh yeah, go ahead, make a movie. We don't care. We're good. I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. It's certainly possible. It's hard for me to believe that. Daniel, did I miss your super chat, bro? Hold on. Daniel, Daniel, I don't know why. You always get unlucky, bro, and I miss your supers. I'm sorry. You dropped a $2 chat saying Xbox would lose money, timed exclusives possible. Well, I wonder if maybe they're testing that out with Forza Horizon 6. Maybe it is intentionally coming to PlayStation later because they want to see how does it do up front versus, releasing it 6 months later or something like that on PlayStation. Cheese, you're saying MGS movie gotta be DOA also. Kojima was working with the director like 3 to 4 years ago. Oscar Isaac signed on. Yeah, I remember that. I wonder if they'll still try to get him. This new one, Kojima isn't involved. Yeah, this new MGS movie, like Sony Pictures is involved. They're doing it with Columbia Pictures. Kojima might secretly be involved. Low key. No, he's not. I don't have much faith in the Metal Gear Solid movie. I am just automatically going to anticipate it's going to be a train wreck. Simply because, yeah, I don't know how it's gonna. I don't know how well it's gonna translate to a feature film. And when I look at, what's going on with the people involved, where it's like they worked on Final Destination, and I'm like, okay, like my expectations are non-existent. Can we talk about the Faith thing? Yeah, okay, yeah, let's do that really quick. Glad to hear that, Big Birds. Yeah, it's a fantastic game. You can believe it, a movie adaptation goes under a different creative process. They don't have expertise in a video game remake. It's directly in line with their wheelhouse. Yeah, I guess. The logic behind it does add up. I admit, but it's kind of sad to me and depressing in a sense, where it's like Blue Point remake. Hell no, don't touch it. Animated movie with Jacksepticeye producing. Oh, go ahead. We don't care. Like, bro, come on. We need a remaster at the very least. All right, guys, listen. We have a report. Is breaking news. God of War, the Faye game. All right, I don't know if there's gonna be like major spoil. I'm skimming through it now. Okay, so MP First says report God of War Faye spinoff claimed to feature Tyr and multiple mythologies. It's been 4 years since Santa Monica Studio has released God of War Ragnarok. Can't believe it's been 4 years. And since then, the studio has kept silent on what they're working on. While nothing has been announced so far, rumors have surfaced that Santa Monica is working on a new entry in the franchise, though one that's a spinoff that stars Faye and not everyone's favorite angry dad, Kratos. It seems the rumors surrounding the God of War spinoff game is gaining steam as more info about it has surfaced, as we here at MP First have also spotted new references to the project as well. They say a report way back in 2023 from Fandom Wire mentioned how the spin-off game will feature 2 main characters and it won't include Kratos, though it mentions how the Spartan hero will make an appearance somehow. Hold on 1 second. Somebody kept mentioning this to me yesterday, not yesterday, the day before. They kept asking me, did you see that report from 2023? Did you see that report from 2023? And like, I did not know what they were talking about. So they referenced it here from MP First. Fandom Wire, August 25th, 2023. Exclusive rumor. Next God of War is a prequel and will release in just 2 years. Fandom Wire has an exclusive scoop on a rumor about the next God of War title from Santa Monica Studio. Before we dive into anything, it must be mentioned, this is a rumor, grain of salt. To start with, Santa Monica's next God of War game will apparently be a prequel starring a character from the last 2 games. Although our source will not, although he will not be the player character. Hold on, let me try this again. Santa Monica Studios' next God of War game will apparently be a prequel starring a character from the last 2 games, although he will not be the player character. I was told Kratos will appear in the game, though how big his role will be was not made clear. Due to this change, the game's combat mechanics will be very different from those of the most recent 2 entries in the franchise, featuring a wide array of magic-based attacks and skills to hone. While the next God of War will not star Kratos, it will star a familiar face. The 2018 entry in the franchise first noted Tyr, the Aesir God of War and a major character in Ragnarok, had traveled extensively throughout different lands, hosting different mythologies. Not only had he visited Greece, seen Kratos' homeland, and the gods who lived there, but there are other symbols that show he also encountered Egyptian mythological figures, Celtic figures, as well as Japanese figures. As such, the next God of War will be a prequel starring Freya, who visits the different lands alongside. Oh, okay, so it seems like they got something wrong here. So that's a report from 2023. Hold on, what's going on? Geez, you're saying if you watched Peter Jackson's movies before Lord of the Rings, you'd say, really? But I feel an anime would work so much better for MGS movie or even a series. I've seen multiple people say that, and yeah, I mean, I do kind of understand why they want to do a movie because Metal Gear's so cinematic. Like it's the first game that felt like a movie to a lot of people, so I kind of get that. But yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be good, man. I'm just nervous. Like I don't know. I just keep thinking about. I mean, we've gotten like horrible movie adaptations and TV series adaptations. I keep thinking about The Last of Us season 2 on HBO and how it's like kill it with fire, man. Like God, I just don't want something like that to happen to Metal Gear Solid, bro. You know? And Daniel with a $2 chat, you're saying, we know this Faye game was set up by God of War 2018. Well, all right, let's go back to the MP First article. The MP First article just came out today, but they say a report way back in 2023 from Fandom Wire mentioned how the spin-off game will feature 2 main characters, and it won't include Kratos, though it mentions how the Spartan hero will make an appearance somehow. Since that article went up, the author has since corrected some of the information, and in a now deleted Reddit comment, clarified how the prequel will actually star Faye, Kratos' deceased wife, and not Freya, as they were led to believe initially, and Tyr, the Norse god of war. The comment also mentions how the player will have a companion that's kind of a gelatinous cube. Oh boy. Gelatinous cube companion confirmed. Why does that sound kind of awesome, though? A talking sword will also be present in the game, which is said to be Merlin. Who's Merlin? Wait, hold on. Who's Merlin again? Wait. Did they mean... Hold on. That's cringe. Merlin was a magician. So we're going to have a talking sword. In the future, could Atreus end up being Merlin in the Celtic? Oh, I'm looking now. Merlin, Celtic mythology. Merlin in Celtic mythology originates from the Welsh figure. I can't say that. Myrddin, a 6th century bard, seer, and wild man of the woods who went mad after a battle. He evolved into a prophetic shape-shifting wizard, a druid-like sage, who orchestrated King Arthur's birth. So he's going to be in the game, but he's going to be a sword. He's a Welsh magician. Yo, this game's sounding fucking whack. Jeez, you're saying, but The Last of Us Season 2 had a 92% rating. LOL, you like high ratings. I mean, I do like high ratings. You're right, I do, but they're fucking wrong sometimes. Like, I can tell you right, there's no... Now I see what you're doing. You're baiting me. You're baiting me into a rant about The Last of Us 2 again. All I'm going to say is, hell no. 92%? Yeah, 92% garbage. There was like 1 or 2 good episodes, man. The first season was good, but Merlin the Sword in the Stone. Mouse PI is getting excellent reviews. It seems like it. All right, so in the game, you're going to play as Faye. There's going to be a gelatinous cube of some kind that will act as your companion, and you're going to have a talking sword that is apparently Merlin. In addition to that, the prequel will also explore several mythologies, such as Mayan and more, which is not surprising to those who have played God of War 2018. At the very least, we here at MP First can confirm that East Asian mythologies will be part of it. As we've heard that elements from Chinese and Japanese mythologies will be part of a new entry in the series. Having said that, game development is a fickle thing, and as such, things are always subject to change, though we expect those to be present in the final version of the title. Well, goddamn. Mayan mythology, Japanese and Chinese mythology. I mean, this is see, this is why, like, I think when people when people freak out at the idea of a game starring Faye based in the God of War universe, I try to tell people, like, we have to see it first. Because if everything we just read is true, I mean, this game sounds like it could be insane in a good way. Well, see, that's the thing. Tom Henderson just said he was told last month that we're supposed to get the next mainline God of War game revealed this month. And so I still maintain, well, apparently there's going to be a state of play on Thursday. Supposedly. I mean, we haven't heard anything since. A couple days ago, Nate the Hate and that other guy, Alir, they're saying there's a state of play probably on the 16th. They don't know if it's third party. They're having trouble confirming a date. I wonder if Sony's like willing to move it around, and that's why they're having trouble confirming a date. But does this? I mean, that's the question. Does this Faye game count as a mainline God of War? I'm gonna say no. No, I think it's going to be a spinoff. In other words, I don't think it's going to be titled God of War because, I mean, unless the game so they say Tyr is going to be involved in the game, unless you play a massive chunk of the game as Tyr, and that would be pretty cheeky, but they could technically title it God of War if you play as Tyr. They technically could do that. But that seems dumb to me because it's like, that's when people see God of War, they think Kratos. Although they say Kratos is going to be in the game, just not playable. So I don't know. You want to join my Discord, but the link doesn't work? Damn, why doesn't the link ever work? You're telling me the link that I posted in the pinned comment doesn't work? Ray, if you could, do you think you could drop that link for him? Well, yeah. I mean, just because we haven't heard anything about the state of play yet doesn't mean we're not going to get it. I say this because, the one in the description isn't working anymore. Okay. Well, I will let you know. If you try clicking my pinned comment, the last link, it's a link to my Discord. And Ray just dropped in it. Thank you, Ray. Ray dropped it in the chat too. So if you want to, if anybody wants to join the MBG Discord, feel free to do so. Well, yeah. So just because we haven't heard anything about the state of play yet doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Like it might not. I mean, the rumor, that would be interesting because Nate the Hate would end up being wrong. But although Nate the Hate he did say numerous times he can't specifically confirm the date, but he was hearing it's happening this week. Keep in mind, Sony has announced their state of plays like 24 hours in advance, like many, many times. So my expectation is if there is going to be a state of play this week, it's going to get announced tomorrow. Probably 24 hours in advance. So probably not till like 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. or something like that. Oh, yeah, Tarnish is here. Sorry about yesterday. we'll see if there's a state of play. If there isn't, then there'll most likely be one in May before the business update stream. If so, then most likely everything AAA will be there. Well, I have this theory, and I don't know, maybe I'm totally off the mark with it, but if I'm not mistaken, let me double check something. All right, so going back to as we approach the final month, okay, the final month, March 2026. We couldn't let this one, okay, never mind. I just remember Santa Monica saying that they have more stuff they want to talk about in the future. I just wonder if they're going to surprise announce the next mainline God of War and basically confirm, like, Kratos is back, and they're going to Egypt. And then we're going to get the Faye game announcement, like, next month. I know that sounds crazy because that would mean two massive, announcements from Santa Monica, but I don't know. I just feel like there is some kind of logic there where the amount of people I see basically saying this Faye game is going to flop, I'm like, it's sad to me, man, that, like, Cory Barlog, he directed God of War 2018. It's just, like, depressing to me that it's like, bro, can't we, like, just, like, give him a chance? Like, hasn't he earned that? If this man hasn't earned it, who has? I'm not saying that means you have to like it. I'm just saying, like, we should at least give it a chance, You think the minority are saying that? I mean, I hope so. Like, don't get me wrong. It would be different if we were sitting here and it's like, yeah, they're done with Kratos. Kratos is retired. They're killing Kratos off. And instead, you're just going to play as his deceased wife. Like, that would be different. That would be worth getting angry over. That would be worth freaking out about. But that's not what they're doing. In fact, they're doing what I think is something kind of cool, which is they're deciding, like, they want to expand the God of War universe outward, but they want to do it in a way that actually makes some kind of sense. They don't want to, like, they're gonna continue the timeline with Kratos and Atreus, but by going back and offering a prequel through Faye, that's where they're going to allow expansion into other mythologies without, I guess, like, without forcing it too much through Kratos, because you got to remember, like, Kratos' whole thing is he's not trying to be a god killer. He's not trying to go to different pantheons and destroy them. And I bet you that whatever happens in this Faye game is going to be 100% connected to, to the next mainline God of War starring Kratos and Atreus again. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying Disney delisted another 15 games on Steam. So maybe them buying Fortnite, maybe they are buying Fortnite, or straight up all of Epic is beginning to move forward. Maybe they'll make their own gaming IP going forward, cut out the middleman. Ooh. Well, I mean, yeah, you do have to question what games? 15 games? That's a lot. What games were they? Because, yeah, Epic Games has their own storefront, and they've tried to compete with Steam unsuccessfully. And so if Disney were to buy Epic, I could see them maybe making the decision to, only release their games exclusively on the PC side, to maybe just, I don't know. Disney likes to strike deals with Sony, though, I'll tell you that. I don't know. 15 games is a lot, though. That is really random. Like, to me, that may indicate to an extent that they are, because we're hearing reports that apparently Disney is thinking about making a move to try to buy Epic Games. And, it's like one of these things where it's like, well, it's just like with any acquisition rumor. It's like, it's completely hit or miss, but something like that could be a potential telltale sign that something is happening. Some were older Star Wars games. I mean, if Disney buys Epic, I don't know. People. I also read that, like, apparently Disney has an extraction shooter in development featuring Disney characters. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with Disney. Do we really need Disney to own Epic Games? I don't think so. Well, hold on. I see there's a little bit of a disagreement happening in the chat. What are you guys talking about? Ghost of Yote? You'd see people complain in the new God of War game with Kratos because he's seemingly done with killing gods. That's true. Naughty Dog earned it before Insomniac earned it, and they sort of ruined it by their own hands. Yote didn't sell more than Tsushima. Actually, Sony did confirm themselves that it's pacing ahead of Ghost of Tsushima, time aligned. I still think Tsushima was the better game, to be clear. To be clear, I like Tsushima better, but Sony did say that. Yote didn't flop, but Vlad with a $5 chat, you're saying Xbox may do true exclusives, AI getting so good and can make games cheaper. Elon stated, quote, great AI generated games before the end of next year, end quote. We're going to get great AI generated games. That's what we want. That's what we need. Yes, it sounds so great. Oh, man. The story in Yote really isn't great, in my opinion. The ending of Yote fell flat for me, dude. Like, it was nowhere near as good as Tsushima. Now that I've like had time to really soak it all in. All right, let me see here. Daniel, you're saying you're getting Mickey Mouse running around with guns. I mean, I don't know. It's funny because when I think about the idea of a Disney extraction shooter, that is what I'm thinking. Like Mickey Mouse with an AK. And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Disney has the biggest IP. Them owning UE Engine, why would they ever license out? Or they'd make sure games are made with Unreal Engine if made by a different dev. Yeah, I mean, I could imagine if Disney did end up owning Epic Games, it would cause a certain level of disruption across the games industry when you consider how big Unreal Engine is, how ubiquitous it is. It's so many games are made using it. I mean, so many. And we know Disney's greedy, I guess ultimately I can't see Epic Games getting better by being owned by Disney. I don't see that being a thing. Games delisted, Afterlife, Armed and Dangerous, Disney's Chicken Little. No, they delisted Chicken Little. Tinkerbell's Adventures, Hercules, Disney's Planes. And we have Mateto. He says, hey, MBG, we have to fight the console war. And until we get Xbox fans to accept that Helix is a PC, we need to make the public understand that whenever a game releases on two platforms, Xbox and PC, it will never be an exclusive. It'll never be an exclusive. You'll never have exclusives. They're not coming back. Copium, hopium. We drink your tears. Potato, calm down. Calm down, bro. Console Wars back on. We have to fight the good fight. We're going to talk about that. We're at war, damn it. Well, we want to be. We want Xbox exclusives to come back. Potato, thank you, bro. Yeah, we're going to talk about that next. We just got like this. We were kind of sidetracked by this breaking God of War report. Unholy Mayhem, you're saying Yote did everything better except the story. Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that. I think that the gameplay of Yote was amazing, and some of the stuff, some of the improvements they made to kind of exploring the open world. Um, yeah, I would mostly agree with that. The thing that really stuck with me for so long, and still does with Tsushima, was the ending. I thought the build up between Jin and his uncle was awesome, and like honestly, dude, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna be real right now. Like, I feel like Spider-Man 2 kind of suffered from this as well, where like I don't know what it is about these sequels, not all of them, but when they're writing the story, like they just like they fumble the ending so bad. It's like, guys, how did you have such an amazing ending in your first game? And then the ending of your sequel, like I'm not saying it's uncommon for it to not live up to the, like I think of the ending of Spider-Man 1 and I think of the ending of Ghost of Tsushima. I'm like, the ending to both of these games was so good. So it's reasonable that maybe they won't be able to live up to that standard, but it's like when I think of Yote, slight spoilers. Well, it's not slight, major spoilers for Ghost of Yote. I'm giving you your warning now, but if you don't know, you probably don't care. Um, like when I think of Ghost of Yote's ending, where it's like your brother, you guys are gonna fight Lord Saito, and she obviously comes to realize she's like, revenge is bad. This is no way to live. It's like, okay, like yes, of course, fine, that's fine. But then it's like, oh no, they they killed Lord Saito killed your brother. Like, of course he dies. It's like, oh, okay. And then you kill Lord Saito, and it's like, all right. I mean, dude, it's just like when you guys were writing this, you didn't realize that this is way, way. It's not even that it's bad. It's just like this is egregiously predictable and such a step down from the ending of your last game. It's like, guys, come on. Because there were so many other aspects of the story building up to that I thought were done well. But then they just kind of, MBG, I muted you. Give me a thumbs up when I can unmute. I haven't finished Yote. Oh, damn. All right. All right. So I'll thumbs up. Thumbs up. I'm not gonna. So I don't know why I'm just going on the side tangent, but I just think maybe sometimes these developers, they kind of trip up because they set the bar so high for themselves, in the first games, that they're like, what do we do now? And they think they're cooking, but it's like, mm. But there's always the third game, maybe. Cheese, you're saying sequels are mostly lazy, do something new. Well, I do get the feeling, it seems pretty clear to me. I mean, nothing's been confirmed, but I very much get the feeling that Sucker Punch is moving on to something new. I think they're kind of done with the Ghost franchise for now. I could be wrong. Maybe they are going to do Ghost 3, but Music Maker Man, you're saying with God of War 1 through 3 remakes in the future, a Frey game makes sense more than a Atreus game. Well, apparently it's going to be a Faye game, not a Freya game. MBG, for me, I didn't care for Jin and his uncle and the fight with his uncle. Well, I mean, I don't want to make it sound like the ending of Tsushima with him and his uncle. It's not like that was the most original. I just feel like, I don't know, it just overall felt more impactful. And also the fact, like, let's face it, when you look at Tsushima, the biggest thing, in my opinion, that even though it is potentially cliche, if not cliche, it's very much telegraphed, it's not shocking. They give you a choice. And I'm like, that, like, giving the player that agency, That's a genius idea for something like that. So like, I've seen this in movies all the time. I've read this in stories numerous times. It's like, of course you did, but have you ever been given the option to make the choice? That's, in my opinion, that's what helped make Tsushima's ending so good and so much more memorable because you remember the choice you made, you know? And with this, they just decided, no. And yeah, I will say Ghost of Yote's plot is a deviation from, I think, just a philosophy that Sucker Punch has had throughout many of their games, which is Sucker Punch always kind of was like, you can be good or bad, or if not good or bad, you can, you get to choose which direction you want to go in here. Even though, it's like a gray area. And I feel like in this game, they definitely set up gray areas in Yote. They set up gray areas where it's like, I wonder what direction she's going to go in here, but they don't ever give you the choice. And I just wonder what the reason behind that was, where it's like that. I feel like that's not how you guys normally do it in your games. You usually give that, that option to the player. I guess, maybe one day they'll talk about it, but yeah. And same thing with Expedition 33's ending. Music Maker Man, you saying you meant Faye? Yeah, well, apparently the original report, they thought it was going to be Freya as well. So, can't blame me on that one. A new IP from Sucker Punch, I think, might be in order. Yeah. Only because I think that's what they want to do. Anyway, guys, let's talk about Xbox exclusivity. So, I don't know if you've been seeing this, but, well, I'll just refer. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. All right. Have a article here from Push Square. They say, rumor Xbox is debating whether to make its games exclusive again. Microsoft is reportedly weighing up the idea of making Xbox games exclusive to its platform again, as fresh leadership evaluates the brand and looks to release Project Helix onto the market. Jez Corden of Windows Central makes the claim, stating on a recent podcast there's, quote, a very, very, very big discussion about the exclusivity stuff happening internally at Microsoft right now. Supposedly, executives within the wider Microsoft corporation are beginning to recognize the importance of Xbox having games that are exclusive. Xbox developed games have been exclusive to Xbox consoles and PC for generations, but all that changed as the brand experimented with releasing 4 titles onto PS5, 4, and Switch: Hi-Fi Rush, Pentiment, Sea of Thieves, and Grounded. Since then, Microsoft's efforts to get titles onto other platforms have only increased. It's now assumed all Xbox published games will make their way to PS5 at launch, or in the case of Forza Horizon 6, soon after. Halo Campaign Evolved and Fable are confirmed to be PS5 day one, and Gears of War E-Day is expected to be ported over, also following the series' original title releasing on PS5 with Gears Reloaded. The iconic Halo franchise was seen as the last bastion for Microsoft by fans, but even that's coming to PS5 this year with a full remake of Halo Combat Evolved. In fact, following the initial reveal, the community director, Brian Gerard, said the Halo series is now on PlayStation going forward. So, and they were wearing PlayStation shirts. So, yeah, let's talk about this. Well, let me put out a poll. Michael, I don't know what that was. Whatever, I don't know if you typed something or if you just wanted to drop a $2 donation. $1.99. There we go. I see what you did. All right. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the $1.99 donation. And the Steelers says, if Xbox brings exclusives back, the spin by the bots who supported multi-platform will be hilarious. It won't let you type. It won't let you type with a with a $1.99 super chat. What? Well, you can just type it in the chat, Michael. I'll read it. Well, Steelers, that's another thing, dude. I've been talking about this for a long time, and it's that like the problem. Here's the problem, right? In my opinion, with the X bots and the people who suddenly overnight became anti-exclusive. It's it's the rubber banding of it, right? It's there's nothing wrong with a person being like, I don't really like exclusives and I don't really care for them. And I think they're maybe detrimental for reason A, B, C, and D. Whatever, whatever reasons they want to bring to the table. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with a person being like, I like exclusives. It gives a console its identity. And, here are the reasons why I like exclusives. And I have no problem. Or at the very least, I have no problem with them. The rubber banding I'm talking about is the people who became the most vocal and still kind of are to an extent about exclusives being bad and like they need to go away and Microsoft's making the right choice and Sony needs to follow and Sony's horrible for not doing it and so is Nintendo. It's the fact that they were the ones that for the longest time, for literally decades, were totally okay with it. They were not saying those things until Microsoft signaled to them, guys, you need to start saying this now. And that's the problem. Just like if they were to go back to exclusivity, the same people would do a complete 180. And here's the thing, I could actually even understand that, but there would have to be an admission. And if the admission can exist, which it won't for most people, unfortunately, but if the admission can exist where they come out and they're like, okay, maybe I kind of lied about not wanting exclusives, or not lied, but I was trying to convince myself of something that ultimately turned out not to be true, which it's just another way of saying a lie. But if they just come out and admit that, like, I've always liked exclusives and I'm actually totally okay with that, then fine. Now go about your business and celebrate your exclusives. It's when people try to pretend that something didn't exist prior, or that a certain mentality that pretty much defined what they did and how they engaged with this didn't exist, doesn't exist, and shouldn't exist anywhere else. And that's the problem, right? And at least in my opinion. And so you're not wrong, Steelers, if something like, even if something like Gears of War E-Day is exclusive, it's like we should see many of these people that we're referencing or thinking about, we should see them talking about how that should release day one on PlayStation. And we're upset that it's not. Microsoft is wrong for not doing that. They're hurting the industry. They're not letting everybody play. That's the energy that they should bring to the table if something like Gears E-Day doesn't come to PlayStation. Or even more so, if there's some kind of sudden strategy change again. But the reality is, I think rationally speaking, logically speaking, do we really think Microsoft is going to do this? Do we really think Microsoft is going to leave that money on the table? I mean, if we're talking about timed exclusivity, maybe that could work. Maybe. But it's still, even if Microsoft were to come out and say, new strategy, all of our games are 6-month timed exclusive, that still flies in the face of everything they pushed for the last 3 years and everything the fans pushed, the more obsessed fans, or certain individuals. It flies in the face of that, where it's like, exclusivity is exclusivity, right? But I don't know, getting back to the idea of like, can a game truly be exclusive if it's not on PC? I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not even going to bother. Like, to me, that's getting too far in the weeds again, where it's like, if Gears of War E-Day launches day one on Xbox and PC, but then like what, Project Helix, is it PC? I don't know. How's that work? But people are going to say it's not really exclusive because it's on PC. I mean, I'm not going to say that because I'm going to let them have it. Like it's like to a point where it just can't release on PlayStation. And then that'll kind of be seen as exclusive, right? Kind of like what Sony did. Like if you look at Phantom Blade Zero, some people view Phantom Blade Zero as a PlayStation exclusive because it's only releasing on PlayStation in the console space, and Sony paid for that. Cheese, you're saying it'll be timed or early game access with Game Pass. That would be an interesting way to work it. Early access through Game Pass. I didn't think of that option. They could do something like that. I wonder how long that access window. Maybe they could do like 2 weeks early access or something. I don't know. You're saying, but Microsoft games are basically flopping on PlayStation. Not from what I can tell. Some are. So I'll tell you this right now. One of the reasons, if Gears of War E-Day, if it's true that this isn't coming day one to PlayStation, and we don't even know if it's going to come to PlayStation, one of the reasons for that, no doubt, is because Gears of War Reloaded flopped big time. Like, nobody bought it, dude. It didn't even sell 1 million, not even close to 1 million on PlayStation. Now, granted, that game was... I mean, a lot of their games have not done well on PlayStation, but some have done very well. And so, I don't know. It could just be them basically evaluating it and looking at it as like, maybe some of these games just shouldn't. Maybe it's literally not worth it for some of these games. Now, I would argue Gears of War E-Day would do well. What I would say to Microsoft from a business standpoint, like if I was in the boardroom, and I had to chime in and, talk about it, I would say do not use Gears of War Reloaded as, a determining factor. Do not use that as a way to determine if Gears of War E-Day will succeed on PlayStation. Because I can tell you right now, Gears of War E-Day would succeed on PlayStation. You're talking about a new mainline Gears of War game, also a prequel for that matter, going back to, a time like when people think about the original Gears of War, they think of something more gritty, something darker, more badass, almost like more horror, like in some sense. That's all there with Gears of War E-Day. I think it would do very well on PlayStation. And so I think that, to me, that's obvious. But somebody in a boardroom, these executives, they might look at how Gears of War Reloaded did and assume, well, PlayStation players don't want Gears. It's like, no, dude, they probably already played it. It's why, like, I wouldn't be shocked if Halo doesn't do that great. Because the more I think about it, I'm like, then again, how many people already played Halo's campaign? I mean, how many PlayStation players literally played it on Xbox already? Because that was like the must-play game for many, many years on Xbox. That was like the only game that would convince PlayStation players to go play on Xbox just for that game. So it's like Gears was kind of up there as well, where Gears was that 360 launch title that was considered must play. And therefore, I think a lot of people did play it. But I don't know. I could be wrong in my assessment, but I'm not opposed. And I want to make something clear. I am not opposed to Microsoft going back to exclusives. The only game that would upset, if they were like, we're going back to exclusives and State of Decay 3 is not launching on PS5, I would be a little bit upset about that. I'd be like, really? Really? You're giving me Pentiment and Halo and Gears Reloaded, but you're giving me Fable, but not State of Decay 3? I would be a little bit upset about that. I'd still buy an Xbox to play it, though. The more PlayStation becomes a digital-only storefront, I can see governments pushing for the likes of Nintendo and Sony allowing other stores on the consoles. Yeah, it's not unheard of. It's not unprecedented. Sony will definitely... Sony will be in trouble if that happens in the future. And this is where... I mean, I don't know all the details of like what went down between Apple and Google and like Android and iOS and how, with their different storefronts. I don't know the details there, but yeah, I mean, you're talking about more them being under further scrutiny due to them being digital storefronts. Maybe another reason why Sony doesn't want to abandon that potentially. They got to be careful. They have to leave certain options available because once they go down that road of, further removing more and more options, really getting people into a position where we're completely twisting your arm and we have you completely locked in, you can't move at all, that's when they'll get the most scrutiny on them. So if anything, Sony should continue to this is why you should offer disk drives, physical games, still make this, a portion of your business. So, if you are under some kind of scrutiny, you can kind of point these things and be like, well, we have alternatives here, but I don't know. It's a little bit different because we are kind of entering an age where, yeah, it is becoming more of a common practice. Like people do expect when you go to a platform for other storefronts to be available there. But it's really mainly because of, like you said, it's how big PlayStation is becoming, where PlayStation's end goal is they want to be the only platform. They want to be the only platform that you can access to play games. They'll never be the only platform, but as we continue to see certain things shrink and diminish, but yeah, we'll see what happens on that front. I just think I think if Microsoft, so here's something that's interesting to me. You ready? What's interesting is we got a report as well yesterday that apparently Microsoft is easing up on let me see if I can find it. Well, we hear, Xbox Game Pass has become too expensive. Yeah, so Microsoft has reportedly eased pressure on its Xbox gaming division. Phil Spencer's grinding his teeth after he had to chase that 30% dragon during his tenure. So Jez Corden claims that executives at Microsoft have recently eased the pressure on Xbox's gaming division margins following a decision from the top down. So in other words, Satya Nadella, Amy Hood, yeah, the 30% was insane. But this makes me wonder. It really does. If could it be that Asha Sharma might make that decision where we are going to do exclusives again because we literally can afford to do that now. Again, it was made impossible for Phil, but now they're basically giving Asha a fresh start. And with that, lower, hey, we're going to ease up. Everything we've heard about Asha Sharma coming in as CEO, there's this energy and this vibe behind it where it's like, we want you to get Xbox, bring it back. Bring it back. We're killing that this is an Xbox marketing. We're we're engaged with the fans. We hear you. Now there's reports that they're having intense discussions about maybe bringing back exclusivity. They're weighing whether or not they should remove Call of Duty from Game Pass, but trying to make Game Pass cheaper. And it's so much of it starts to sound like, I'm not going to lie to you. It starts to sound to me so you guys get it now. Where it's so many of the decisions that were made in the last 5 years with Xbox, especially the last 5 to 6 years, are just what are you doing? But maybe I'm wrong. We do have to keep in mind. I don't want to misconstrue things here. It's not like Xbox didn't have exclusives this gen. And I think this might be really important to highlight during this conversation. I think it's easy to get wrapped up in the notion of, oh man, imagine that. Imagine they come out and they're like, I swear this may be the most diabolical take this year, MBG, and that bar is low. wait, what's the most diabolical take? You guys talk against yourself, Xbox. This isn't Titus saying this, Verco saying, you guys talk against yourself, Xbox games are trash. I don't buy them now. And now that they will go back, they lose so much money. What is it then? Where did they get that money? Well, I mean, that kind of leans into the argument that people try to make of like, well, I thought you guys didn't like Xbox games. Are Xbox games only good now that they're on PlayStation? And this is where, you know, this actually, I'm glad I read this because this brings me back to I think just the simplest answer, right? If Asha Sharma, as the new CEO of gaming at Microsoft, decides we got to go back to exclusivity, that's what we're doing. She's going to find out, just like Phil did. Yeah, you could do that. Go ahead, take your games and take them back to Xbox. We're not going to Xbox. Sorry. Oh, you thought this was going to make us go out and buy your box. No, it's not. And I'm not saying that like me. I'm Mr. PlayStation fanboy, and I'm telling you that. No, I'm saying the data, like this is where Asha Sharma has to be. I'm sure she's going through everything. Surely she sees this, right? Like, look at how Xbox Series consoles sold in the year 2022 and 2023 when they still had exclusives. Games like Hellblade, you know? They had Halo. They had, what else did they have? Starfield. Didn't do shit. So it's like, you think, I mean, maybe she could become delusional very quickly. Maybe she's susceptible to that because she's new to gaming. Maybe she would actually believe, you know what? I think Gears can do it. Gears is the game. It's like, go ahead. And who knows? Phil might just be laughing. You know, Phil, that's the thing is like Phil, he tried to do all this shit and none of it worked. So why would it be any different now? What would be different? Cheese, you're saying, nah, she's ruthless, hiding behind a smile. I wouldn't be surprised if she's there to shutter it after it fails during Helix. Microsoft will move full third party. Ooh, that's brutal. I mean, I don't know that it's that bad. I don't know that she would shutter it, but like, I will say, if there's a, you know what? Hold on, you might be onto something, dude. Because I was just thinking something about this sounds weird, doesn't it? To me, it does. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, Phil was the guy, bro. Phil was the guy. He really was. Where it's like, this is the guy we brought in to undo Don Matrick's mistakes, to fix Xbox, and finally bring it back. And he tried everything, dude. Literally, he tried signing exclusives. He tried buying studios. He tried buying publishers. He tried, you know, making games like Starfield exclusive.
P.S. Yes, some are a maybe, but not enough to buy a whole Xbox. I've seen maybe 3 for me.
I'm going to read this because I think it got cut off. Saying for the Shadowlink says with the $2 tip for the people saying our Xbox games only good if they to buy if they come to PlayStation. Yes, some are a maybe, but not enough to. But the whole of Xbox. I've seen maybe like 3 or 4. So I get what you're saying, Shadowlink. You're basically, I think you're just kind of pointing out something that for some reason, for some people, it's like they don't see it this way, and I'm not sure why, because it's the most obvious thing, where it's like, yeah, like if you tell somebody you don't have to leave where you're comfortable, and we'll give you a selection. Yeah, like you may have just gotten another customer. Versus if you ask them, if you try to twist them, it's like, check this out. You want this? Huh? Come over here. Come over here and buy our box and you can play it. And people are going to look at that and they're going to take a good look and be like, I ain't buying no console for that. No, thank you. Not even saying the game looks bad. I'm just saying I ain't buying a console for that game. That's the problem. That's the problem that Microsoft has, dude. And it's a problem that they've never been able to correct. Sony doesn't have that problem, nor does Nintendo. That is the stake that was driven through Xbox's heart, bro. Where, like, that's what Phil had to find out in real time over the last 10 years, where it's like, we got Hellblade 2, and no one gave a shit. Okay, well, you know, that's right, baby. We got that Starfield. What now? Yeah, what now? I don't know, bro. It still didn't do nothing. And that's why something's going on here. Cheese, you're saying you've seen what she's achieved so young. She's not dumb. She's definitely not dumb. And that's why, I mean, she's got that big smile. You know, she's got it all. She's got it all. I will say, she is poised to become the ultimate figurehead for the Xbox brand, where she will be propped up in a way, I think, based off of what I'm seeing now, that we haven't seen previously. But here's what I want to highlight. And hold on, I missed Daniel's super. Daniel, I'm so sorry, bro. Why do I keep it? Daniel, my apologies, man. You're saying here exclusives not possible if Game Pass exists. Perhaps. I mean, based off of what we're hearing, I mean, who knows what kind of changes they might make to Game Pass, dude. We're hearing reports that they're considering taking Call of Duty off. How do we know it's just going to stop there? I mean, one of the reasons they would take Call of Duty off is because it's just too damn expensive. I mean, dude, look at the cost of AAA game development. It's going up and up and up. And I know AI is expected to come in and fix a lot of that, and that's Asha Sharma's specialty, but I don't know, man. I want to go back to something that Cheese and Chainsaws said. You said she's ruthless, hiding behind a smile. I wouldn't be surprised if she's there to shutter it after it fails during Helix. Microsoft will move full third party. Well, I know that sounds a bit conspiratorial. Daniel is saying first party needs to sell. I do agree. Yeah, that's where they're at right now, man. Yeah, I have a bit of a theory here. It's a conspiratorial one, but it just, I mean, there's something going on here where I'm like, oh, could that actually be the play, dude? Because if that's the play, oh boy, I feel very sorry for Xbox. I don't say I feel like very sorry for Xbox players, but like, there's a part of it that would be like, no way. Like, would they really execute it like this? But Leo Jimmy with a $10 chat, you're saying MBG money, if they're going to do it, they need to completely shut the water off. Don't play around with deleting their self. Do it expeditiously. Straight up. Make all of their titles exclusives. Do it. I mean, yeah, dude, I agree with that. I think if they were to go back to exclusives, they gotta, after Halo, maybe, okay, I guess Fable would be the last one, right? After Fable, over. It's done. We're not releasing anything on PlayStation. I agree. I mean, it's because if they continue to do this weird shit, it's like you're just going to piss people off on both sides. You know what I mean? You're already kind of seeing that. And Whiskey Gaming with the $2 chat saying, sent some cool photos of your sign getting lasered. Thank you, Whiskey. Let me see. Oh, shit, dude. That's going to look really nice. I like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, hopefully we'll have that oh, hold on, let me yeah, hopefully we'll have that PO box open before the end of the month. Worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, early May. But we'll get it. We'll get it soon. I'm looking forward to that whiskey gaming. It looks like it's going to turn out really cool. And Cheese, you're saying they're already moving all of Xbox's library to PC. That thing was smoking. You think Game Pass has too much nonsense included in it? Fortnite crew, EA Play, Minecraft. It's bloated. And Shadowlink with a $5 chat. You're saying, sorry for the typos, but I'm sure it's the same for Xbox players. They probably see some games they like on PlayStation, but don't want to buy the whole box to get it. And yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, the irony of this conversation is that whatever logic you're using on either side applies to the other, ultimately, where it's exactly that. It's like, why would an Xbox player cheer on the idea of PlayStation games going to Xbox? I don't think people are having these conversations now, but they certainly were when we first heard about Helix being, PC potentially, or having Steam, where it's like I can play Sony's games on my Helix, right? Now it seems like that's not going to happen, but you do have to wonder, well, what's the reason? Like, why would you celebrate that? Why would you be excited? It's because the truth is, you do want some of Sony's games, and that's fine. Like, it's true. Yes, there are PlayStation players, not all of them, but a lot of them want some of Xbox games, or at the very least would definitely be open to buying and playing some of these games if they were made available. But this is where the single most important term, I think, in the console space might be system seller, right? What is a system seller in terms of, regarding exclusivity? It's exactly that. It's a exclusive game that will sell systems. It will move units. It's something that looks so tantalizing that it will actually make somebody get off their ass and be like, I want that. I'm buying it. I'm in. And that is, I'm telling you, that's what I keep focusing on, where it's like the whole reason why Xbox going back to exclusivity falls apart is because they haven't sorted that out yet. They just haven't. The closest I'm seeing them get to that maybe is with something like Gears E-Day. Maybe. That's a big maybe, because we still haven't seen it. And maybe, perhaps, Fable? Anime for Entertainment, a member for 32 months, says we might just get the gameplay showcase for Wolverine at the end of June. Yeah, we're not hearing anything about Wolverine. So I'm thinking, yeah. I'm thinking when Insomniac says spring, they mean the end of spring. Or, it could be May, but I think it's safe to say nothing Wolverine related is happening in April. We haven't heard a peep. And Michael Wernick with a $2 super sticker, he figured it out. He's saying tee-hee. He's feeling a little shy. Thank you, Michael. Were you able to sort it out on your PC? Leave me alone. I'm enjoying my solitude. But you dropped that. You're the one who dropped the super sticker. We all need a little bit of solitude. You're on the phone. Oh, okay. I see. I get what you're saying. Gotcha. Cheese, you're saying 80% of PlayStation players don't want Sony games. Sad times. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? This is where, I don't want to veer too far off, but when we were talking earlier, Cheese and Chainsaws, about that pie chart breakdown of, and I'll probably bring that image up in a little while with some of the GTA data. It's like a game like GTA doesn't have to be exclusive. There are system seller titles, to be clear. There are system seller titles that people will go out and buy consoles for. GTA is a prime example of that. But this is why I'm saying, like, even though what you're pointing out is true, it is a fact that, like, 80% of players are not going to buy something like maybe even like Wolverine, right? If let's just say there's 100 million PlayStations out there, Wolverine will appeal to maybe 10 to 15%. Maybe if it really goes the distance, 20% of that 100 million. When you look at that ratio, an 8-to-2 ratio, or a 8.5 to 1.5 ratio, doesn't look too good. But it's the realization that, well, first off, like I said, Sony in isolation, I think, can make good money off of selling 10 million copies of anything. There's also the fact that many third-party games would love to sell that much alone across all platforms. But that combined, it acts as a kind of extra incentive. It's kind of like the cherry on top, so to speak, where I think for some people, all it really takes is one exclusive over the lifetime of a console, where, like, I have no doubt in my mind that, and I'll use Wolverine again as a perfect example, that there are going to be people, and it could be 1 million people, it could be 3 million, it could be less than 1 million, but it will be a significant number of people in that they chose not to buy a PlayStation all the way up until this point, and Wolverine is their reason for buying it. But it's not their only reason. They sit there and they figure, okay, well, I'll get GTA, and and they'll ask, will I still have access to all the other games I want to play? And unless you're playing like specific games that are only on PC, the answer will probably be yes. If you care about most of the big AAA games, or you look at PlayStation, you're like, okay, well, as long as I have access to the stuff I want to play, plus there's this one game I really want, and then maybe down the line there could eventually be other stuff. But even if it's just this one game, that matters in the console space. And I feel like you can't argue that. The reason why I feel like you can't argue that is because if you were to look at all the consoles that have ever come out, we'll keep it more modern with like PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo. You could go back further if you want, but generally speaking, it's like, just take away all the exclusives. What changes? And you realize it all falls apart. It just falls apart. Completely. It doesn't really matter so much if the games eventually make their way somewhere else. It's just, you think I have to update my mental model? Well, I mean, maybe. I'm not convinced of that, Titus. Well, hold on, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. I wanted to say this, and that's true too, Titus. Yeah, and that's another reason why I'm like, Xbox going back to exclusives. I want to go back to this one chat that Cheese and Chainsaws put out, because there's something I wanted to say about it. You're saying, Asha Sharma, she's hiding behind a smile. She's probably ruthless. I wouldn't be surprised if she's there to shutter it after it fails during Helix. Microsoft will move to full third party. So what I was saying in response to that is, there's something strange going on with Microsoft right now with the reports that we're getting, where why does it seem like Asha Sharma comes in and suddenly she's rallying all the fans, and suddenly you're starting to hear all the buzzwords coming back, exclusives and cheaper Game Pass and this and that, where it's like we're getting back to the fans, the roots of Xbox. I hear you, all this stuff, and I'm like, whoa, what? Okay, I'm sorry, was Phil not allowed to do this in the last 2 years, the last 3 years, the last 4 years? Because everything we've been hearing for like pretty much this entire generation, and it's only amplified as we've gotten into like 2024, 5, and 6, is more and more pressures mounting. Results are not being delivered. Is it possible that Asha Sharma would have said, I would have never bought Activision or something like that, and that to Microsoft makes her seem way smarter? I don't know. But there is this kind of theory I have. It is, again, a conspiratorial one, where what if this is basically that we are witnessing the final days. I mean, truly, of like Xbox as we knew it. And there's like this kind of plan behind the scenes where only Asha Sharma, maybe Satya Nadella, maybe Matt Booty, and Amy Hood, and just just a couple people on the board, maybe just the board of Microsoft, and people, the two heads of the gaming division. And the plan ultimately, and I know how it sounds, but really think about it though. The plan ultimately is like we're gonna make it seem like we're giving it one last hurrah. We know it's going to fail. We are preparing for that failure. That failure will be necessary because that failure is going to be the justification we literally need. Fucking light keeps flickering, dude. Getting freaked out. That's what that was, by the way, yesterday. All right, I'm going to test something out right now. If there's somebody in here with me, flicker this light. Do it right now. All right, there ain't nobody in here. It's just a light bulb that needs to be changed. No, I'm just a little freaked out because that light bulb's new. Sorry, that's why I'm freaking out a little bit because I'm like, that light bulb has been in that lamp for like, I mean, what, like 2 months? It's like if there's somebody in here, it's the ghost of Phil. If there's somebody in here with me right now, make yourself known. They like smash the fucking symbol next to me. Ah. Cheese, you're saying with so little PC engagement on GTA, wouldn't that debunk so many going out of their way to buy a console for it? And most know Microsoft will leave hardware. Wait, hold on. With so little PC engagement on GTA, wouldn't that debunk so many going out of their way to buy a console for it? I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Or I'm like not reading this correctly. I'm just confused because you're saying with so little PC engagement for GTA, wouldn't that debunk so many going out of their way to buy a console? How would that debunk it? I don't know. I'm getting caught up on this one. You've been running your mouth on the spirit world as of late, MBG. Dude, listen, I'm not derailing this. I'll tell you guys at the end of my stream, just remind me. I had the weirdest shit happen to me last night. Like, it was so fucking weird. I don't even know what to think of it. Just remind me at the end of the stream. I'll tell you about it. But I'm not talking about it now because I'm going to get too derailed. He's saying PC guys won't buy PlayStation or Xbox for GTA because they didn't care much for it to begin with. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, that's where it's like the demand for GTA on PC, for in the PC player space might not be nearly as high as I thought, where it's like it turns out that yes, the people who want GTA are mostly on console. Like the people who want GTA are where GTA is going to drop first. You know what I mean? And I guess it kind of does make sense in that sense where it's like PC players already anticipate like we'll get this game at some point, but I'm not buying it. I'm not going to buy a box for this either. So that's certainly possible, and it's certainly possible that that's what the data indicates. I mean, you could just flat out say that is what it's telling us. I still question how much of that PC player base, though, is potentially not being counted for. You keep saying GTA is going to sell so many consoles from PC players buying them, but the graph shows they ain't playing it. Well, yeah, I could be vastly overestimating just how many units at this point in time GTA 6 is going to move, because it's, the argument is that the market is already nearly fully saturated. I don't know. I mean, Sony would have the best insight into this. Certainly way more than I would. Where like maybe part of the reason why Sony did increase the PS5 is because they just accepted, like, yeah, this is as good as it's going to get. And maybe now it really is at that point where we're not trying to strive for a number anymore. Like, we're not trying to hit 100 million. We're not trying to push to hit 110 million sold. We don't care about that now. We've determined based off of our data and our metrics and the trajectory that the PS5 is probably going to hit 100 million and just fall off a cliff. And so we're going to try to just protect our margins from this point going forward. I mean, you also figure, like, yeah, it is interesting to think, like, dude, in the past, Sony would drop the price of the console to, like, half its price point, even more so, for Black Friday deals. And even then, like, they'd still have to fight to move units. You know what I mean? Where it's like they're nearly trying to give these things away at some point. In the very end of the life cycle. It seems like they might just be taking an opposite approach here, where it's like, we're good. Like, hey, we're definitely going to hit 100 million in the next year. We're good with that. And maybe that's all it is it's just once we feel secure that we're hitting 100 million, we're good to go. It's just so strange if that's what they're doing, because that's never what they've done before. But the market, it could just be a reaction to a market that they've never had to deal with before, And Zombie Dragon, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, buddy. You're saying, honestly, the entire reason why Xbox failed is because all of their exclusives were kind of just okay or super, super mooch or bad. PlayStations were pretty good. Pull up all of PlayStation exclusives from PS4 and Xbox One. Oh, dude, you don't need to tell me, Zombie Dragon. I agree with that sentiment 100%. 100%, dude. Like, again, I'll never forget how when I was still playing on Xbox One and I'm like still buying into the belief that they're going to turn it around, they're going to catch up with Sony and really take it to them. I'll never forget when I would see games like Recore and Sea of Thieves and even something like Quantum Break, which I kind of did enjoy Quantum Break, but it still was like, it feels like it's lacking a little bit. I played these games and then I looked over at the Sony side and, dude, they were just, I mean, I remember watching those E3 presentations and being like, what the fuck? Where I just felt like this, I felt like humiliated in a sense where it's like, bro, Microsoft, what are you doing? Like, how are you letting them, like, straight up axe kick you over the head like this? Like, you have something, right? Something. And, the best Phil could do at that point was like, we bought more studios. But I agree with what you're saying here. I agree with the sentiment of, like, at the end of the day, I think when you look at the PS4 and Xbox One generation, it was completely necessary for both Sony and Microsoft to fight as hard as they did, because there was some kind of, I don't know if they knew this at the time, but something big was on the line. And that big thing that was on the line was, dude, yeah, you guys are entering the digital age and the digital era. And whoever wins this fight this time, you're getting a customer base that's here to stay. They're not going anywhere. And that's different compared to every other time before. And so, again, I think one of the most famous quotes that Phil Spencer will be remembered for, in my opinion, because it's so true, is like it's like, we lost the worst generation there was to lose. And, that's why the argument right now still, hold on, I got to refresh this. This is like breaking. That's why the argument right now still stands. Even if Microsoft produced some of the best exclusive games ever made, would it work? I still believe it could. I do, believe it or not. I still think that. I know there's a lot of people that would disagree with that, but I'm trying to, like, imagine the Xbox showcase this year. They announced Project Helix and they're fucking hyping it up. They're like, it's our next gen machine. You guys are not fucking ready for how powerful this thing's going to be. Powerful, it's going to be amazing. It's gonna blow you away. And then they show, like, here's a new IP that's been in development for 6 years by I don't know, give me a fucking studio here. um so I don't know. Just throw a studio out there. A studio that people would respect. You disagree, why? But they're like, check out this game, and it looks literally like Microsoft's. Now, when I say this, I'm not saying it's a copy and paste, but it looks like, holy shit, did Naughty Dog make this game? Like, it looks like Uncharted, or if not Uncharted, like a Last of Us. It has this just extreme intensity and quality to it. And that's where, like, you look at something like Gears E-Day and you can think, like, maybe that will be that. But I'm talking like something brand new. And people are like, oh my God. And they're like, it's a whole open world city and it's fucking insane. And it's got like cutting edge graphics and it's got like the cinematic quality to it. But the gameplay looks brutal and intense and engaging. And I'm just saying, like, are you going into Xbox's showcase expecting that? I'm not. You know what? I know we're getting Call of Duty. Gears, for as awesome as it will be, it's still Gears, you know? The Coalition, we heard they were making a new IP and that got canceled, unfortunately. You're saying nobody would, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I would still be like the Phil Spencer there. Be like, we could do it, guys. But I don't know. I just think that, I don't know. I always think back. I will never forget, bro, what Zombie Dragon just said with his super chat. I will never forget when the ABK, when that situation was happening with the legal battle, and there was this document that leaked that pretty much Microsoft sent out a team to play The Last of Us Part 2 and report back to them. And the team that Microsoft sent out, basically their findings were, this game is so far beyond anything. We have nothing that even comes close to this, nor could we make this. We have no teams that are even remotely capable of doing anything on this scale at this level. And to me, that was like, oh my God. Like that, I'll never forget how, like, that was the biggest kind of like eye opener for me, where it's like, wow. Like they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to make a game like that. They have no idea where to even begin. And it made me realize that for all these years that I kept telling them, like, you guys need to get better. Like, do you not see what Sony's doing right now? Have you not played The Last of Us? Look at Uncharted 4. You know, look at God of War 2018. Look at Horizon Zero Dawn. What the fuck are you guys doing? And the realization, it hit me that, like, we don't know how to make games like that. We don't know how to do that. It just made me realize, I guess that kind of is Sony's expertise, if you will. Where, like, there's really not many games like the type of games they make out there. I mean, they borrow stuff, of course. Like if you play like Ghost of Yotei or Tsushima, yeah, it's like Assassin's Creed, it shares many similarities, of course. I'm not saying it's across the board for every game that Sony makes. I'm not trying to make it sound that way. But it's just when you think about these major properties that, sure, if you look at 100 million PlayStation users, you're not seeing 70 million of them play it and buy it. But you're seeing a very consequential amount, 10, 15, 20 million, you know, and then over the course of a sequel or two, it bumps up to 30 million, 40 million perhaps in total sales. That trajectory, that upwards trajectory that started probably towards the end of the PS3 era, but really started to take off in the PS4 era, that's a foundation that Sony built up over the years that Microsoft never did. Arguably, Microsoft did start something very similar in the 360 era, but they really, I mean, when it came crashing down, it really came crashing down to a degree where, like, they couldn't make out anything anymore. And I understand that there's this idea, well, they purchased ABK, they purchased Bethesda, so maybe now they can do it. But it's like, is The Elder Scrolls 6 going to live up to the hype? Tony Stark built this in a cave. They need to Tony Stark this shit, bro. But do they want a game like that or games that sell like Call of Duty or Minecraft? They only care about money over art and quality. MBG. I mean, yeah, I know. And to be fair, like I think Sony, well, clearly so the irony is Sony went in. The great irony of everything I just said is it's the exact reverse for Sony, where Sony obviously appreciates what they have, but they want that. They're like, we want something that can sell like Minecraft or live service games that can be as lucrative as Fortnite. And they found out, unfortunately, over the course of like 4 or 5 years, like, yeah, you guys, it's like, so let's do an internal report. We evaluated Fortnite, Roblox, GTA Online, Minecraft. Which ones am I missing right now? Call of Duty. Yeah, you guys can't make any of this shit. Like, you don't stand a fucking chance. So you shouldn't even try. I mean, it's basically the opposite for Sony, right? Where it's like Sony wants to make these other types of games, and it's just you're literally not capable of doing that, unfortunately. And so that's the kind of great hope here that I think a lot of PlayStation fans have, is that hearing these reports that we've been getting recently, there's this hope that somebody inside of Sony, maybe it's Hideaki Nishino, but generally speaking as a whole, they now realize like you need to lean into your strength here, guys, and continue to build that up. Because this weakness you have, it's not even just a weakness, because a weakness, it almost implies like you can make it a strength. It's just non-existent for you. And you're not just going to make it happen. You tried, and it's fine. You tried, you found out. It's not happening. You tried every which way. Even when you look at their biggest success with Helldivers 2, it's like, it's clear by now, like that was a one-off thing for you guys. That's not the norm. That's never going to be the norm for you. So, just count the chickens you have. You know what I mean? Like you got GT, you got Gran Turismo, you got MLB The Show, you now have Helldivers. Maybe Marvel Tokon. We'll see what happens with that. And maybe just leave it there. But now focus on, hopefully Sony sees a greater value, and that I get it. Like, you want your own GTA Online, you want your own Fortnite, but can't you see, like, you have God of War, you have The Last of Us, you have, you still own the Bloodborne IP, you have these things, the Horizon franchise. Well, of course they know they have the Horizon franchise. You have Ghost of Yotei, you have these things, Soros, stuff like this that competitors like Microsoft and even Nintendo, they don't have this stuff. That should mean something to Sony. It should be worth something. So hopefully their eyes are open to that now. I think they got blinded by their own success, man. But yeah, when it comes to Microsoft and them going back to exclusives, I know my conspiracy theory sounds a little bit crazy, but I've really been thinking about it, where it's like everything that we're hearing ever since this new CEO took over sounds antithetical to Microsoft's ambition. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm suspicious of it. Like, the whole thing stinks. I'm like, something's totally off here. And the reason I feel that way, oh, and I'm sorry, Cheese, I missed your last super chat. You're saying Metacritic rankings has Microsoft 5th and Sony 21st. What the fuck? Oh, and Music Maker Man, I'm sorry, I missed a couple of super chats. Okay, Cheese and Chainsaws, you said GTA 5 is estimated to have sold 30 to 40 million on PC. What? Oh, okay, actually, that kind of makes sense. Never mind. Sometimes I forget just how much GTA 5 sold. Yeah, that's nuts. This is why they should release it on PC. They should. I know some people are like they shouldn't, but I don't know, man. That's a massive amount of sales. Music Maker Man, you're saying, I'm wondering, will Helix have Steam? If Xbox / the PC handheld Asus UI storefront, that being a template. P.S. Hope you like my music demo. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to listen to it yet. Music Maker Man, I saw you posted on the Discord. I'm gonna have to check that out. Maybe I'll check it out a little bit later on today if I have time to drum. Well, yeah. There's been a lot of assumptions that Steam will be on Helix. There's been many, many assumptions about that, but no no confirmation. Patrick, you're saying for some reason I'm craving rigatoni right now. Damn. I love pasta. I love rigatoni. Luckspace, you're saying it's only me, the sound centered, or is my ear damaged? I tested 2 earbuds. Am I getting crazy? Guys, can we help Luckspace out here for a moment? Are there any, I don't want to say audio issues, but you're saying the sound is centered? What does that mean? MBG, why can't Sony get better at making live service games over time? Took several. They can, but I think unfortunately, what they've learned is like the only way they could get better at making live service games it would have to start cutting into, their resources that are allocated to making single player games. And it's the Naughty Dog situation is, well, I don't know if that's the best one to bring up, but it does kind of serve as an example of like Naughty Dog is one of the most talented developers in the world. They probably could make an astounding live service game. Look at Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch with Ghost of Tsushima and also Ghost of Yotei Legends have proven that they can make an incredible live service game. So it's like, in a sense, Sony does have that talent, but they seemingly are intelligent enough to realize you don't want to strong arm that talent into like, you guys are live service now, because they're going to leave and they're going to go somewhere where they're not going to have to be live service. Keep in mind, so many devs have left and made their own studios because they're like, yeah, we're not doing this shit. I think that's something that Sony kind of realized, where like, okay, we could forcibly convert Naughty Dog and Sucker Punch into live service studios, and they probably make great live service games, but is that the right call? Is that what they should do? I think everybody kind of knows no. The answer to that is no. That's not what you should do. That's a very bad idea. You saw a boss fuck up a lasagna once. Cheese and Chainsaws, thank you for the super chats, man. You're saying the most recent Sony game to break 20 million was God of War 2018, joining The Last of Us 1, Spider-Man 1, and Horizon. So they may be pushed hard for live service with a decline on single-player game sales over the last 8 years. I mean, yeah, it does seem like it's no secret that Sony, well, to be honest, they have said before. I think maybe it was Jim Ryan. If not Jim Ryan, I think even Herman Holst mentioned it, and pretty much everybody talks about it these days, where it's like, you have to bet big, you can only bet big on surefire hits. People talk about Sony being too risk averse and stuff like that. And I think they kind of have become that way, where it's like, why do you think you're getting so much Horizon? Why do you think Naughty Dog just keeps focusing on The Last of Us while they're trying to develop other stuff? What's up with the remasters and the re-releases and all that? And, more why is the Faye game, why is it a Faye game? Why does it have to be in the God of War universe? Why is Insomniac only focusing on Marvel games? And it's like, because it's like, yeah, so you kind of have to take a look around. It's like, look at the people who are taking risks and it doesn't work. It's like, it's hard to, it's hard to look at Gorilla, for example, right? And question, why is it that you're only doing Horizon? Well, what are your other options? Their other options are, you can do another Killzone. Horizon destroys Killzone sales-wise. Horizon is, I know people don't want to hear this, but it's just true. Horizon is immensely more popular than Killzone ever was. That's just the reality of it. So you can't really make that argument where if they say we want to continue to make games in the series that's way more popular and sells a lot better and find continued success. The other alternative is, well, you could make something brand new. And that's true. And I hope one day they will. But we just have to understand from the outside looking in that the level of risk with that is, I mean, even just look at Naughty Dog right now with Intergalactic, dude. Like, they're not safe. Doesn't matter what, I mean, Naughty Dog as a whole is safe, but it's like they understand that this is a new game and they're coming out as confident as they can saying, we're pretty sure this is going to be a new franchise, guys. And it's like, I hope so for your sake. Because you chose to make this over The Last of Us 3. You chose to make this seemingly, for now, over Uncharted 5. And, you know, you're going in a completely different direction than what people expected in terms of like, oh, you're going into to space and it's sci-fi and you're talking, maybe more RPG mechanics and stuff like that. Luckspace, you're saying your ear is damaged? Did you do something to it? That just feels kind of random, dude. I mean, it could just be your sounds, whatever your sound system is. What do I think Sony is predicting for Sorrow sales? My guess is maybe like 2 million, 2.5, perhaps. That might be a little high. We have a rare Luna sighting. Say hi. She's like, put me down. Say hi to everybody. Okay. Good. It's fine. Luna's very scared. I don't know why. She's always so nervous. Sailor Moon. She has the best fur, though. I gotta tell you. Luna has the best fur. She has this really thick coat. And it just feels great. No offense to my other cats. She's like the fluffiest cat we have. Yeah, see? See? You don't have to be afraid. I'm just petting you. Oh, you're getting comfortable. Okay. I'll give her treats next. All right. Sorry. I always get very distracted by Luna because she's I don't know. I don't know if this is true for people who have multiple cats, like if it's just a common thing. But my assumption is that if you have 3 or more cats, there's always going to be that one cat that kind of hides. It's just like never around, like rarely appears. And you're just naturally more drawn to that cat when you see them because of that. That's just something I made up. All right. You think 2 million is dreadful? I mean, I guess. Like, I think a game like Soros deserves more than that. And I think that Sony, like, here's the question, right? Because we have to understand that the franchises that we talk about, like The Last of Us, God of War, Horizon, these games that have really, I would say, hit these higher thresholds of 10 million, 15 million, 20 million plus, they do kind of have something in common, right? The thing that they have in common is they're very big games. And by big, I mean not just budget. I mean literally like they're large games with a lot of content. And they're cinematic. the production values are through the roof. I do wonder if Sony might look at studios. I don't want to say Team Asobi because Astrobot's different, but like Housemarque, where it's like, can we imagine Housemarque making a game as big as any of those titles eventually? I think it's possible because we have to remember that studios like Naughty Dog, studios. No, boss. You already had some. Okay. Sorry, Luna. I guess boss is getting seconds. Studios like Sucker Punch, you know, studios like pretty much every studio, they start out, very humble. And Sorrow seems like the biggest game that Housemarque has done so far, but I don't know. It seems like the natural trajectory for some of these studios is to, I don't want to say like make like copy and paste, like just follow that exact formula, but yeah, it does seem like there is a kind of natural demand where you have to go bigger to achieve those levels of success. Because, again, we've asked the question, like, how is it that Nintendo can keep their games smaller and more affordable development wise, and yet some of their games sell upwards of like 30, 40, sometimes 50 million copies? I don't think Sony has the answer to that. I think that's obvious. Like, if Sony could do that, they would, but I don't think it would work. Why didn't Astrobot sell 20 million copies? But God of War Ragnarok did. It's like, this is where I think Sony they're in this position where they kind of have no choice but to accept, like, this is your thing, dude. It's not easy. It's expensive. It's kind of volatile, but it's your thing. And you can try to change it all you want, but unless you get really lucky, and I mean really, really lucky, you need to kind of bank on your thing. And I don't know. Does every studio Sony, like, my hope is this ultimately. My hope is that there will always be a place for studios like Team Asobi and Housemarque and Media Molecule for that matter, where it's like, you guys are supplemental to the PlayStation brand as a whole. Like, you play that role where even if a game like Soros sells 2 to 3 million copies, in the bigger picture, it's like that's not a lot compared to the entire install base. It feels like a really low attach rate, but it serves its purpose of like, but who is excited for it? They're fans. The fans matter. You're like, again, what I'm really referring to is you're accruing goodwill, and goodwill. Too many executives don't realize, like, goodwill you can't really put a price on. They attempt to put a price on it, and they lose it real quick. And so I think there's always going to be a place for that. At least that's my hope. Zombie Dragon with another $20 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying, but if Xbox wants to succeed, they're going to have to kill Game Pass and go back to exclusives and get really good defining exclusives. And they're going to have to understand that they're going to have to rebuild trust. Well, see, what's interesting is because what you're saying right there, Zombie Dragon, what you're saying sounds almost like what Asha Sharma is saying. And I don't buy it. I just don't buy it, because it's like, what are we doing here? Like, you're just saying you're going to do the same thing Phil already tried to do for the last 12 years. Where did that get him? And that's what's interesting is, like, one of the things that Asha Sharma hasn't discussed, understandably, of course she's not going to say it because she probably doesn't even know. But even if she does, this is why I'm saying it. She either doesn't know, which is concerning, or she does, and she's purposely not saying it. And what I'm referring to here is she hasn't actually said what the real plan is. The only thing she's really said is that, like, I'm going to look things over. And this just makes me wonder, like, how haphazard was this transition? Surely it wasn't that haphazard. Because the way Microsoft is kind of positioning it is they're almost making it seem like, yeah, we just kind of chose her. She seems like she might know what she's doing. Go figure it out. I mean, is it possible? Sure, but it's It's like, you guys are a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. You know, there's no way you're operating at this level that way, right? So the only other possibility is that no, they have a fucking plan. And they're just kind of playing into the whole, like, we're going back to the core and the roots and we're going to go all in again. It's like, okay, I get it. It's like PR 101, but like, what are you really doing? What's actually the plan here? I just get this, I don't know. I have this feeling that there is a real plan, and that real plan is something that they cannot disclose to the Xbox fan base overtly, because if they do, it's gonna it's not gonna sound good. You know, I do think that I really do think that. All right, let me back up. I'm saying that like it's gonna happen. Trust me. I don't know shit. Obviously, who knows? Nobody really knows what's gonna happen. But I would not be at all surprised if the actual plan, literally, is we're gonna set you up to fail intentionally. So you're out. You will be able to just easily do what needs to be done, and no one can say shit. It seems a little too conspiratorial. Like, I get it. It's kind of like, would Microsoft as a corporate, like, would they really do that? That sounds like bad business, but it's like, considering how they've handled many other things in the past, specifically with the Xbox brand, I'm like, yeah, they would absolutely do that. They would for sure do that. Where it's like, yeah, go ahead. Try to do exclusives again. Listen, Asha, listen. Hear them. Do it. And then when it doesn't work, people are going to realize, oh, it wasn't just Phil. In other words, Microsoft needs to show the market itself, the fan base, the remaining fan base, as well as their investors. They need to expose it as directly as possible, where it's like, it's not us at this point. Okay? Like, we could do it all right. It's still not going to work. I could be totally wrong, but I just don't understand. I just do not understand why Microsoft would look at Phil and be like, 30% profit margins, bitch, or else. And then obviously he's not able to make that happen. It's like, guess you better figure it out. Phil's over there. You telling me I got to put these games on PlayStation? I don't know, Phil. Do you? Is that what you have to do? Do what you got to do. And he's out here. It's like it's like a humiliation ritual. It's like, it's just 4 games. And, and then the whole dam bursts. And the whole thing happened. There's just something does not add up here, where it's like, you made Phil rip the Band-Aid off. You made him do this. You made Sarah Bond. Like, I don't care what anybody says. Sarah Bond is scapegoated beyond belief, where they're going to make it sound like the whole Xbox Anywhere thing, everything's Xbox. Yeah, that was just Sarah Bond. Bullshit, bro. I remember Phil talking to me and you and everybody else. I was talking to him on the phone. And he's like, we're trying to reach 1 to 2 billion players out there on their phones. He said that back in like 2015, 2016. Something weird is going on, where it's like, now we're just supposed to believe that was all Phil and Sarah Bond and they just fucked everything up. And now Asha Sharma is going to come in and right the ship and get it all back where it needs to go. And it's like, what? You think they just wanted Phil out? And here's the thing. Here's the beauty of that theory, right? Where that's actually very plausible, where it's like, well, they actually just really wanted to get Phil the fuck out of there. They wanted Phil and Sarah, they wanted to clean house. And I always wondered, like, dude, how come they didn't clean house? I always wondered about that, where I'm like, how are some of these people allowed to have these positions for a decade where they're just failing upwards? And if there is some kind of greater type of politics going on behind the scenes here where it's like, yeah, Microsoft had to kind of like orchestrate this to get them out, to oust them. It plays even more so into my theory that, so you're telling me there's all this weird shit needing to go on behind the scenes to make shit happen. Because the truth is, we're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar corporation, one of the biggest in the world. You know, I would assume it's probably not as simple as there's just one head of the snake, so to speak, making one decision across all. You know, it's obviously it's not that simple. So I just think there's something very bizarre here going on where it's like, you know, Xbox fans were just told over the last 3 years that the health of the Xbox brand was in jeopardy. Oh, and hold on, I missed. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying why? Hold on, let me put a pin in that for a second. Why even make a game to sell to so small and justify it? Well, I mean, my assumption there, Cheese and Chainsaws, is that like there's potential, you know, where like Sony's been down this road before, where there was a time where Naughty Dog was only selling 1 million or 2 copies, a couple million, you know, Sucker Punch, Santa Monica, even, you know, it's like there were humble beginnings. And I think that Sony, at least again, it's my hope that they understand, like, you can build these guys up over to give it time. These guys can achieve, you don't like the potential that a studio like Housemarque has in the long run is very, very high, you know? So I think it's like, just keep building, right? If Returnal was the best selling game that Housemarque did so far, most awarded game they did so far, build from that. Whatever your next game is, have it sell a little bit more. The more, the better. Have it review better. And then after Soros, build from that. That's my guess. And then eventually, may take 10 years, but maybe down the line, you know, 2036, Housemarque's game is coming out and it's on, you know, it's projected to sell between 7 and anywhere between 8 and 12 million copies. I don't know if that'll happen, but that's kind of the idea, I assume. And MVP Moss, you're saying, I think Soros development is 70 million and needs 2 million sold to be good, and 5 million would be a massive success for them. I have faith in them, honestly. And that's another thing too. It all this, I think, has to do with budgets. You know what I mean? If Soros didn't go over budget and they were given a smaller budget and they stayed within that, and yeah, they sell, you know, more than enough copies to make it profitable, to Sony, that might be all that matters. Or it's like, we're not going to tell you how to run your studio and what type of games to make. Just stay profitable and you're good. Stay in the green or the black, I think is what they call it. I got you, MVP Moss. I got you, bro. The plan is the plan until it's not the plan. And unfortunately, Phil was forced into a bad position because of the AIization of the world. Microsoft now loaded with more data is reversing course on AI. Well, I think the truth of the matter here is pretty simple, right? Where we are right now with Microsoft is we're being told something and we can choose to believe it or not, you know? And I have to admit that there is a part of me that's like, well, this is a new CEO. Like, this is a new person they're bringing in. They finally, after all these years, they finally, you know, kind of cleaned house, and so it is somewhat of a fresh start. So there is that part of me where it's like, I guess it is possible they could be serious about, we're starting over, like we're trying again. Yeah, I mean, it's not unheard of. It's just so hard for me to believe that, because it's like, I don't know, man. Like, what could be different this time? That's the big thing that I can't quite figure out, is it's like, even if the most hardcore Xbox fan is buying into this 100% and they're like, they're doing it, they're going back, man. My question is, but what stone hasn't already been turned over just to find failure. If not failure, not the success they were looking for. Because outside of that, the only other alternative, and this is the only one, dude, and this to me also makes no sense because we're coming off of a $68 billion Activision acquisition. The only other option is Microsoft is going back to their old mentality because their old mentality was we don't really care about Xbox. It's just a little side thing, whatever. It's losing some money, but it looks good, on our as a company. Like we got our hand in multiple things here, right? But again, how could they do that? They can't. They literally can't go back to that mentality because they're too invested now. They poured way too much money into it. So I'm just very confused ultimately about what, like, for Sony's side, I'm not confused. For Sony's side, it actually makes complete sense. So it's like if Sony is making the decision, we're pulling away from PC, we're doubling down on exclusives for the PS5 and in preparation for the PS6. I'm like, yes, that makes sense because that's what you all have always done. This is what has helped. This is the path you have followed for every one of your consoles, and every one of your consoles has been a success. So it totally makes sense that you're going back to that. I'm just confused with Microsoft. Unless, listen, there is one other thing I'll throw out here. It could be that maybe somebody inside of Microsoft is convinced we got to go back to the 360 era. Like that was the only time we were successful. Maybe they're like, let's try to like do that again. But again, I feel like you'd have to be pretty short-sighted because, let's just face it, a big reason the 360 was so successful was because Sony failed. If the PS3 didn't fail, I think the 360 would have had a much harder time. Sony basically gave Microsoft so many easy dunks. And, to Microsoft's credit, they dunked it. They should have. And the same thing happened in reverse for Sony next gen. But that's another reason why I'm like, I don't know about that, man. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying you only clear out and bring in a person like that to close the division and make it into a publisher, moving everything to PC. So obvious. Yeah, I mean, but here's what confuses me, right? Like, I agree with you. I feel pretty damn sure that that's where they're going. I'm like, dude, I don't. Phil was the guy trying to save this shit. This is what I don't get. Is it's like, y'all, like, to all the Xbox fans out there, it's like, you saw what Phil was trying to do, right? Like, he was clawing, bro, like, for years. The dude straight up bought Tomb Raider to try to compete with Uncharted for, in 2015 or 16. Like, he tried everything. And he didn't want, like, the craziest thing is he did not want to bring games to PlayStation. Of course he didn't want to do that. This is why I never believed Phil for a second with his whole, when we all play, we all win bullshit. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, you've been here for the whole Xbox timeline. You know what this is about. And there was an interview years ago with Phil where he said it. He's like, yeah, I want to win. He's like, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be honest. I want to win. Like, yeah, I know. That's what this is about. This is competition. You want Sony. You want to beat the shit out of Sony because they're beating the shit out of you, and that's fine. That's why you took this role. You took this role to lead the division to, if not victory, because that sounds a bit loaded, but success. And nothing he tried worked. And this is why I'm like, then why the fuck? Because like what you're saying, Cheese and Chainsaws makes perfect sense. Where it's like, this is over. Like we are publisher mode. This is where the high profit margins are. We're good. Then why are they being so like why is this happening? Why are there insiders hearing that, oh, they're having discussions about exclusivity? Like it just feels like they're setting something up here. And I'm like, but to what end? To what end? What are we doing? I've been down this road with Microsoft so many times, and it's always only ended one fucking way, dude. And I just feel so it feels so strange. It's like, this is still like, this song is still playing. This dance is still going. Still. And I'm like almost fascinated by it, where I'm like, there's got to be something going on here. Like, there's just no way this song can still be playing. There's no way this song can still be playing. So what gives? Why am I hearing it? I'm having I'm having PTSD flashbacks to February 2024, man. While I'm watching that Xbox podcast, crashing out, practically falling out of my chair. JD Gamer with a $5 chat, you're saying, if it's about the games, I'll say it again, about the games, then Xbox is in a great position. No other platform offers as many 80+ rated games, period. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I can agree with that, JD Gamer. Like, if the overall mentality coming from Microsoft is that's what it's about. Because think about it. If it's just about the games, just the games, only games, that's our moneymaker. What does that sound like? It's publisher focus. You're publisher. That's what you are. That's what you need to do to make the money you make. I don't know. And there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. Like, I've already been there. Like, I've been there for a long time with Microsoft, where I'm like, yeah, I view you as a publisher now. But this is why I'm like fucking thrown a little bit. Maybe I'm just willing to lean into it more for the sake of we're just having a stream conversation here. But it's like, it is starting to get a little strange to me, where like I'm seeing more and more people like, oh yeah, Gears might be exclusive. Oh, they're having conversations. We're insinuating that Microsoft might go back to exclusivity. And it's like, that'd be great. But like, what the fuck are we talking about here? It's always the same smoke and mirror bullshit where it's like, can somebody just fucking be straight about something for once? Same thing with Sony. I'm still waiting, Sony. You done with PC or not? Fucking assholes. No, but it feels like I feel it in my bones, bro. Like, I can feel it's happening again. And I'm like, I can't go on this ride again, bro. I cannot survive another trip around. Just tell me. I literally feel like Batman trying throwing around the Joker, bro. Are they exclusive? Where are the exclusives? Where is she? Where's Asha Sharma? No, that just sounds weird. All right, get my second wind here. Cheese, before I read your super chat, JD Gamer, you have a follow-up. You're saying that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, for people that are buying a gaming system, if you're buying one over the other, it's about the games, not the zeitgeist. Oh, okay. Well, no, I mean, I agree with that too, but my question, well, JD Gamer, I know you're you're an Xbox fan. And my question to you, in all seriousness, would be, if Microsoft is going back to exclusivity, like, let's just say it's all true. It's like, yeah, dude, they're going back. I mean, I know you just said they have games that are like 80+. They have so many games that are 80+, but it's like, generally speaking, bro, like, I've been hearing the same thing. I heard something very similar a couple years ago from Xbox fans. I guess my question is, like, what would be different this time? What would be different this time? Because I agree that, like, great games can sell consoles. They always have. But fundamentally, what would be different this time? And Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying Nintendo and Sony has discussions about exclusivity. They just don't do it. Microsoft, $1 trillion company. Of course they discuss all possibilities. Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, to walk everything back here, you're right. I mean, it's not like Jez Corden came out and it's the insinuation behind it. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm focused on here. And I agree. Like, you can discuss exclusivity every day, all day, but it's like, are you going to do it or not? Because they could discuss it for 3 days straight, and at the last, and really think about like maybe we should, but then at the last moment be like, never mind. Yeah, sure. That shit happens all the time. Um, they could just be playing it fast and loose. I guess but to me, it's the insinuation behind it, coupled with just last week we were hearing like, Gears might be exclusive, and I'm like, okay, the timing of this is getting a little like, what's going on here? I'm a fan of games. I've always owned all platforms. My favorite is whatever I like, but right now it's definitely Xbox. Quick resume and play anywhere is unmatched. Rich Rod says, I'm driving, so no reviews, automatic TOs, rules. Rich, don't be trying to mod while you're driving. Stand down, Rich. Just enjoy the conversation. It's all hopped up. MVP Moss, you're saying Xbox finally makes games, finally making games they still have catching up to do. Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting mixed signals all over the place, man. I think that's really what it is. If you want my guess, if I had to like make a guess right now, are exclusives coming back for Xbox or not? My answer is no. I go on Twitter, first thing I see, Xbox insiders hint at return to exclusive game strategy. See, this is some bullshit. Like, I'm not crazy for focusing on this. Let me see. Xbox has brought back the term Xbox exclusive. Somehow it has returned. Shout out to Xbox fanboys wanting exclusive games on Xbox again, but at the same time calling us toxic and dumb for saying exclusives are needed for a console platform. Good job exposing yourselves. Yeesh. This is not new. I took this screenshot almost a year ago on my Xbox before I sold it. Okay. So somebody's pointing out that they didn't just bring back the term exclusive. Apparently this was always there. They never removed it. Dude, I'm laughing my ass off because I'm looking at these responses. Dude, somebody's like, oh, wait, that's my post. Sneakers SO responds to Jez Corden's insinuation Microsoft may be bringing back exclusivity. He says there have always been discussions around exclusivity happening in some form or fashion. It's never coming back. Somebody says the same Sneakers SO who said there would be a wave of layoffs at Microsoft at Xbox at the start of the year. And then somebody says the same Jez Corden that said, no, Xbox is importing console exclusives of PlayStation. It's fanboy hopium. Battle of the mid insiders, bro. This is weird. This is very awkward. Cheese, you're saying your title suggests the same. Can't blame clickbaiters. No, I don't. I don't consider it clickbait. I think it's fine. I think it's totally fine for people to. And the reason being is because of Asha Sharma. If Phil was still here right now, I'd be like, y'all are out of your damn minds. Straight up. I'd be like, y'all retarded. Like, but since Phil isn't there anymore, and neither is Sarah Bond, and they removed that marketing where everything's an Xbox, and Asha Sharma's out here playing nice with the fans, I'm like, is it possible? Is it I think it's possible. Is it logical? No. So I could see it. Like it's within reach, I suppose. Like I don't know that I agree with Sneakers SO 100%. Like you know what else I think people forget? May I remind everybody? There is a 10-year deal for Call of Duty for PlayStation and Nintendo. May I remind people that the reason why that 10-year deal exists is because originally Microsoft wanted Sony to sign a 3-year deal, heavily insinuating that after 3 years, we're taking Call of Duty. I guess I'm just saying that, like, and yeah, to me, that doesn't make sense, where it's like, but you make the bulk of your money on PlayStation. But from I'm just saying, like, if Microsoft ever decides, even down the line, like, we're done buying publishers, we have more than enough, we don't have to release Call of Duty anywhere because those contracts are done, we could do what we want. And we are, if it's in the name of us being in total control, we are willing to eat that loss. This is where I think people sometimes do kind of underestimate Microsoft's value in terms of like their literal worth, where they can quite literally do whatever they want, you know? But it's a matter of, I guess, you know, it's a matter of timing. It's a matter of understanding the wider market. JD Gamer with a $10 chat. You're saying Phil made Xbox too big to ignore inside of Microsoft. So Microsoft has two choices: repair the brand, because it's the brand that's damaged, not the product, i.e. the console, games, and service, or sell it to Netflix/Amazon. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. The brand has been damaged to a point where I don't know. I do think Asha Sharma has her work cut out for her, where, like, if I look at the brand damage that's been done to Sony, I think that can be reversed pretty quickly. Whatever brand damage may have occurred this gen, it seems like Sony's already kind of looking at ways to repair that and fix that, and I don't think it's going to take much. You're already seeing people's mentality slightly change towards Sony a little bit, or the PlayStation brand, I should say. Not entirely, but I'm getting like whiffs of it, I guess you could say. Microsoft, they've been so scattershot this gen, dude, that, and honestly, it's not just this gen. Ever since the Xbox One reveal, like, they've been so all over the place, man, that it really is going to take a lot to repair that brand. To be honest, even I don't know what would need to be done. I mean, I'm always a believer in you should start with the core fans. I'm absolutely a believer in that. Like, if that's what they want to do, if that's why I'm saying, like, if they're serious, like, where they're looking at this as like, we're rebuilding, okay. And if you're in it for the long haul, but this just doesn't sound like 2026 Microsoft to me. I'm like, what changed? Maybe something did. Cheese, you're saying 3-year deals are normal as markets change. Well, normal or not, scared the living shit out of Sony. I'll tell you what, Sony was acting like that was not normal. I mean, a lot of people said that. A lot of people said, like, they're not going to take Call of Duty off. And it wouldn't make any sense. It would not make any sense, dude. You do have to wonder, though. You do have to wonder. What would Call of Duty being exclusive to literally the Xbox console do for Microsoft? You do have to wonder. Now, granted, the thing is, there's really no point, I guess, in wondering too much about it right now, because it's just, even if they ever do want to make Call of Duty exclusive, if they ever even thought about doing that, we're still many years away. I think it's 2032, 2033, somewhere along those lines, if they ever were to make the decision. So we don't think so do we think there won't be a state of play this week? I think there's going to be. I mean, it's weird. The energy right now is weird. I'm not going to lie. Normally by this point, we would have had, like, I'm surprised Jeff Grubb hasn't said anything. Nate the Hate is not doubling down. Nate the Hate, the last thing he said in regards to a state of play. Let me see if I can find it. I don't want to misquote him. Let's see. So on April 12th, he said the Microsoft show will broadcast on April 16th, and it's the venue of choice for the Metro 2039 reveal. I don't know the branding of the show. We now know what that is. It's a first look, Xbox first look. And he says, before anybody asks, no, I have not been able to confirm the previously rumored state of play date information yet. So Nate the Hate said this week, possibly Thursday. But he also said he cannot confirm that. This other guy, Alir, this guy came out before Nate the Hate, said a state of play is happening this week. He said he believes it's on the 16th. And he said that before Nate the Hate. That's the important part. That's why people are paying attention to this guy. It's not like he tweeted this after Nate the Hate said it. Because if he did, nobody would even be paying attention. And let me see, the last thing he said. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so he said, okay, guys, I'm going to calm down a few things a bit about my old posts. These are not all leaks, and some of them are just assumptions. Don't take everything I've said in the past as confirmation of a leak, please. He said, however, regarding Metro 2039 and the state of play, it's true. So this guy, Alir, is saying, like, yes, the state of play is happening. That's what he's saying. Nate the Hate is saying he can't confirm the date, but that's what he heard. This guy who put it out here first said, no, it's happening. So we'll see if it happens. If the announcement's going to happen, it's going to happen tomorrow. Cheese and Chainsaws, you're saying if they made it exclusive, they'd have to lower the console to like $199 with the game included and even entice casuals, then raise prices from there. Yeah, well, I mean, that's another thing that throws me off about Helix. There might be something we still don't know yet, but I don't see how Helix could be positioned to be a mass market device. It is possible that maybe Microsoft caught wind that, hey guys, the fucking PS6 is going to be not as expensive, but very close, like closer than you would have thought. It's going to also be very expensive. Yours might be more expensive, but theirs is going to be expensive too. Maybe that changed their view on it. It's like, Sony is being, like, the biggest thing we've talked about with the PlayStation 6 is how, like, the greatest threat that Sony's facing, to put it as simply as I can, the greatest threat Sony's facing with next gen is the possibility of the PS6 failing to become a mass market device. That's the single greatest threat to the entirety of PlayStation right now. And so if you're Microsoft and you realize that's a threat that Sony's facing right now, you have to kind of ask Microsoft is going to ask themselves when evaluating, Asha Sharma is going to ask herself, okay, well, she's studying up on the history and she realizes there's been like a 20 plus year rivalry with PlayStation and Xbox. It's interesting to think that Sony's in this position that you're either going to eat the costs to ensure this thing will be a mass market device, or you're going to not eat the cost, protect your profit margins, and have to accept that this is going to be the first PlayStation home console possibly the first PlayStation home console that fails to reach a mass market. And it's funny because it's like, gee, who's in that position right now? Microsoft. The Series X and S, like, they are technically mass market devices, but I don't know, like, they've been beat out so badly that it makes it. Is 28 million people a lot of people to buy an Xbox? Yeah. Does it look nearly as good as 100 million? No. If anything, the 100 million makes it seem like bad, right? And like, wow, okay, that's really weak. So it's just I don't know. I'm just fascinated at the notion of like I don't know. Like, is it possible that Microsoft feels emboldened? Like Sony might Sony might have a hard time, and maybe this is where we can actually fucking kind of put our shoulder into it again, and maybe we can actually break through. And again, I think that's that's a crazy thought because it's like, bro, you guys are fucking telling PlayStation players to buy Fable day one on PlayStation. Like, I don't know how you're gonna walk that back without looking like fucking out of your mind. But I would love to see it. I tell you, I would love to see it, man. All right. Cheese, you're saying, but wouldn't that raise the Helix more with tariffs? Well, yeah. I mean, the one thing I do want to throw out here that is a bit of a wild card. So I always talk about how the PlayStation handheld is the wild card for Sony and the PS6. Something that's a bit of a wild card for Microsoft and the Helix is the Helix console is supposed to get off of that. You can't be on that. Okay, sorry. The wild card for the Helix console, I believe, is it's the fact that apparently they're going to have other companies making their own version of Xbox. So you're going to have really cheap Xboxes, really super premium. It's going to be like the PC market, where it's like if you want to buy a pre-built PC, you can buy one for $700, $700. You can buy one for $6,000. The idea is Xboxes. This is why people are talking about the idea of Xbox becoming PC. It's going to have that same thing. ABG, let's say State of Decay 3 skips PS5. You going for Xbox or PC to play it? Undecided on that yet. Undecided on that. Kane Z7, you're saying, hey guys, just got here. Do we have confirmation Xbox's games will stop coming to PS5? There's no confirmation. Right now, apparently, there are discussions. Apparently, according to Jez Corden, there are discussions occurring inside of Microsoft where they are, based off the way it was worded, they might seriously be considering trying to go back to exclusives. No confirmation yet. If we are going to get any level of confirmation, it probably won't happen until the Xbox showcase. That's my guess. But we're pretty close to it. Damn cats are fighting. The PS6 can definitely hit mass market with the handheld, though. Why are we not acknowledging that? I mean, it can, but I think Sony is reaching a point where the level of confidence in that is the lowest it'll ever be, or the lowest it's ever been. Because, it's certainly possible that Sony could come out with a $750 PS6 and that shit will still sell like crazy. I mean, for everything that's been thrown at the PS5 this gen, it's still on its way to hitting 100 million sold. For what it's worth, So they could go in with this confidence of like, this ain't going to take us down. We're going to push right through, and it could very well be that way. But, and they'll have the handheld there as well, where it's like we can count that as a backup. But there's no way around the fact that, that Sony has never had to release a console in these market conditions. And so therefore they have no frame of reference. They have no data to refer to. The closest, the only data arguably they would have is maybe the reactions they've seen to people, what they're seeing right now with the price increases, what they saw with the previous price increases, what they saw with the PS5 Pro being $700 at launch. These are the only data points they really probably have to reference that can give them any level of insight into what to expect. And I'm sure that they're all over that. They're really trying to figure this out. So I'll tell you, man, they're not gonna. Sony's not gonna make a decision on the PS6 price until the last day, dude. It's gonna be 11th hour decision, and there's probably gonna be a lot of I don't say not infighting, but debating. Sony's probably gonna be having meetings every single day in 2027, leading up to whenever they're gonna reveal the PlayStation 6. So it's like you got to make a decision. What are we charging? And that call's probably gonna be on Hideaki Nishino. I think he has a lot of pressure on him, where it's like you're the man in charge. You make the call, man. You got to make the call, and he's gonna make a decision that's, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think this is gonna be. This is so. You remember how like with the PlayStation 1, there was that moment where Sony was at E3 and they basically what was it, they killed Sega or somebody. I think it was Sega. And they like went up and they're just like $299. That's literally all they said. Because they knew that like we're just gonna sell it $100 cheaper. And there's nothing you can do. Like we just killed you right there. What's weird this time though is like Sony is in competition with the PS5, dude. Like they're in competition with themselves. So it's like this is why it's such a big deal when people talk about, like, is it possible for the PS6 to be cheaper than the Pro? And it's like, that might be the best thing Sony can hope for. Is like, yes, that's right. The PS6 is $700, $200 cheaper than the Pro. And that might make people go, holy shit, I got to get this thing. Like, I can't believe that. Like, it's like the way people, this is why you see people saying it's going to be $1,000. It's going to be $1,000 because how can it not be? It's much more advanced technology, next gen technology. You know, how can it be cheaper than a Pro? Pro came out in 2024. You know, like doesn't make any sense. The Pro is a last gen machine, and that might be what makes people go, oh, okay. I just realized I have Spider-Man in my title, and we didn't even talk about Spider-Man, dude. I should probably talk about Spider-Man. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying it's a PC. Can we just call it a PC with emulation? I mean, yeah, that kind of is what it sounds like. That basically, they straight up said, like, when you're building a game for Helix, you're building a game for PC. That's what Microsoft said. So it's like, it's fair to, but see, this is why Microsoft pisses me off. This is why they piss me off. Because they're like, when you're building a game with Helix, you're building a game for PC. Yep, that's what you're doing. And then it's like, okay, so it's a PC. And meanwhile, they're like, actually, it's a console. Didn't you see in our post we call it a console? It's like, fuck you. Why are they like this? They're like this because they know it pisses me off. If they do a U-turn and go back to being exclusive, it'll be the dumbest move ever. I'd love to see it, man. Not because I think it would be dumb, but just because it would just be like, it would be so funny because it's like, bro, what? Why does it trigger you so much? It only, to be fair, it's not Microsoft. It's not Microsoft. It's like, I get why they're doing it. It's the people that play into it and play dumb. We're like, no, they said it's a console, man. Don't, MBG, they said it's a console. It's like, shut the, you're the one. Those are the ones that piss me off, where it's like, you know. Don't act like you don't know. We all know. It's fine. It's the people that take what Microsoft says and they treat it like marching orders. Like, well, they said it's a PC and a console. So what do you say to that? It's like, I say people are going to just say it's a fucking PC. And like, yeah, well, look at here. They said right in Asha Sharma, she called it a console. And I'm like, I can't, like, this is like, I just can't help you guys anymore. I can't do this anymore. I've tried. It's fine. It's a console. It's whatever you want it to be, bro. I had motherfuckers out here telling me, hey, everything's an Xbox. The marching orders, everything's an Xbox. I can't wait. What do you think the slogan for the PlayStation 6 is going to be? So he's going to come out with a PS6 slogan. It's going to be like, hold on, let me think of something good. You pay now. Clip it. Now clip that shit. Clip that and ship it. That's the PS6 slogan. Oh, I make myself laugh. That's what happens when I talk for 3 hours straight. All right. Daniel, you're saying consider the PS5 sells if prices went down instead? Or you're asking me to consider PS5 sales if the prices went down? I mean, dude, if the price of the PS5 does go down, even leading up to the PS6, it'll benefit greatly. People will feel relieved. I don't know that it'll like cause sales to explode, but it depends on how far down. Like, if there's some kind of like massive economic shift by the time we get to like July or May of next year, like a year from now, which I don't know if there will be. I mean, who the fuck knows what's going on anymore? But if this happens and we're just somehow, Sony's like just somehow in a position where, oh my God, like, yeah, dude, we can actually drop the price of the PS5 to like $350. Again, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody's telegraphing that, but just a hypothetical. Then I think you would see PS5s fly. You'd be seeing people buying it just because it's like, I can't believe it's this cheap. But I think those days are over. You know, I think that if we were to ever go back to those days, it's going to be a long time from now. Not like next year, not 3 years from now. I think it's going to take a while. PS6, you pay now. PS6, you pay double. Double, then triple. All right. And JD Gamer with a $10 chat. Thank you guys for the super chats. Saying Xbox is over 40 million Xboxes right now. And with GTA coming and the Xbox Series S being the cheapest way to play, expect it to have massive sales. We saw this with NBA 2K21. It ended up over 60 million units sold. Well, I mean, I will say this. Previously, I would have completely disagreed with this, if only because PlayStation had a major advantage at the time, which is like, dude, it's cheaper than the Series X. A Series S is practically the same price as a PS5 digital model, you know? But that's no longer the case. Now they're the same price. So I do think Xbox sales are going to see a boost from GTA 6. I don't know that it's going to be a massive boost because even when we talk about PS5, we were talking about this earlier, I don't know that even the PS5 is going to see a massive boost. Me and Cheese and Chainsaws, he was talking about this earlier with his super chats. He was basically saying that, like, we were talking about the idea that most people, the vast majority that were going to buy GTA 6 have already, you know, they've already bought their console of choice in preparation for it. And even when Sony just announced the price increase, I don't know if you guys saw this. Hold on, I got to bring this up. I totally forgot to mention this. Let me see. Hold on. How far away is it? Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I didn't have this prepared. Here we go. So Genki Japan, he's reporting on what Matt Piscatella from Circana revealed 4 hours ago. PlayStation 5 hardware sales in the U.S. reached a 2026 high in unit and dollar sales during the week of April 4th, just before the PS5 price was increased. Overall spending on video game hardware for that week nearly doubled compared to the same week a year ago in the US. This is fascinating. Sony told them to jump, and the consumer asked how high. I don't think that's applicable. Sony told them, if you had any thought of buying this, you're going to want to do this now. But it just goes to show, like, we were speculating. Dude, we were speculating. Prince, chill, bro. Chill. He's not... JD Gamer's not being rude. He's fine. He's not being rude. It's interesting. We were speculating that people, like, went out en masse because they're like, oh, hell no. Like, I'm getting it now. It seems like the Sony leaving that little... I don't know. Sony leaving that little window there. I'm like, you could have just made it effective immediately. You chose to wait, like, about a week. Almost makes me wonder if sales were already tanking. I know that sounds strange to say, but the reason why I'm saying that is because it's like, if they already saw that sales were kind of really flattening pretty quickly, they could have made the decision where they're like, you know, let's just do this now and let's try to, like, boost those sales for at least a week. I don't know. I'm just throwing shit out there. Anyway, I do want to mention to you guys. Wait, hold on. Is that glitched? Oh, hold on. Geez, you're saying Jacksepticeye made a Bloodborne movie video today? Let me go see. Yeah, somebody else made. Let me see if I can bring this up. Is it a long one? All right, let's see. Jacksepticeye. Okay.
I can't believe.
Hold on. See what he has to say about the Bloodborne movie. So for those who aren't aware, yeah, there's a Bloodborne movie coming. It's an animated film. All right. Let's see.
Believe I get to say the words that are going to come out of my mouth. And a lot of you have probably seen the news already, but I get to produce an R-rated Bloodborne animated feature film. I have to make sure I get all the words right. I don't want to mess any of this up. But how insane is that? That is literally a dream come true for me. It's the biggest thing that I've ever been able to announce as part of my YouTube channel, as part of my career. I said something a couple of years ago at like Thankmas 2024. Somebody asked me what I was working on in the background. And I said that there was something I was working on that I couldn't talk about yet, but if it went ahead, it was going to be the biggest thing of my career. It was the most excited for a project I had ever been based on anything that I've done prior. And this is it. This is literally the dream project that I've always wanted to be able to work on. And I never thought that it would actually happen. I live and breathe From Software games, but Bloodborne specifically is my top tier, highest echelon of game. I have a tattoo of the hunter's mark on my body. I have...
That's, yeah, well, there you go. See? He's a fan. Bro, I don't have a Bloodborne tattoo. Do you have a Bloodborne tattoo? I don't think so. Somebody here's got a Bloodborne tattoo on their ass. MBG, can I drop a code in the chat? I'm not going to say what the code is for someone. They have to be quick with it. Is it something inappropriate? It was a PlayStation code. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I guess. I mean, if you don't want to say what it's for, it's a PSN code. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Go for it, bro. Whoever gets it, gets it. It's gonna be probably it's gonna be Starfield, isn't it? Bloodborne Desecration. He's a crazy person, you know. Who Sir Digital Dude's a little crazy. He is a little crazy.
Have giant statues of the hunter and Eileen behind me. I have a tiny lamp of the messengers behind me because I absolutely adore this franchise. Bloodborne is like the thing that I wake up and play video games for. It is the top of the top. It's the...
All right. Digital Dude threw the code in the chat, and he says good luck. Whoever gets it, please report back. I think. I don't know. I'm scared.
most exciting thing ever to be able to announce this. And to sit back and know something about it and just kind of like sit there and grin and bear it until you're allowed to announce anything about it and hear other people talk about Bloodborne in the background and just be like, oh man, I know something, but I'm not allowed to tell you anything about this. So to have that come out now is just, it's the honor of my life to be able to say something about this. To be related to anything Bloodborne is just the coolest thing that I've ever been able to do. And I've done a lot of cool stuff in my career as a YouTuber, but this, I think, just takes the cake. This is the coolest thing that I've ever been able to announce that I'm part of. So to talk a little bit about it, as much as I'm allowed to, it's hot off the presses, and I'm not allowed to say much about the project other than announcing it. Sony talked about it yesterday at CinemaCon. Sony Pictures got up and talked about their slate of things that are coming out, like Spider-Man, and they showed off Resident Evil, which sounds incredible, and I'm a huge fan of Zach Cregger, so I'm very excited about that. But they also announced the Bloodborne animated feature in the middle of that as well, and it happened at like 4 a.m. my time, and I was sitting there I went to bed at 6 a.m. last night, and I was so giddy. I couldn't do anything. I was literally like shaking, and for like 4 hours leading up to it, my heart was pounding. Believe in this so much. I'm so passionate about anything FromSoft related in general, but Bloodborne specifically is like the thing that I am most passionate about when it comes to gaming. That's the thing that I am going to pour all of my passion, my energy, and my soul into to try and make this as good as possible. I am going to fight so hard to make this amazing. I know a lot of you are going to be surprised to hear that my name is attached to this thing. Again, I'm a producer. I'm not the writer or director of this. That stuff will come out later about who's involved. But as the producer of it, whatever is within my power to be able to do, I will do it. I will fight tooth and nail to make this thing the best it possibly can be from my standpoint. I assure you, I promise you, I'm not going into this and taking it lightly. I know what an absolute gigantic honor it is. No one knows that better than I do. Again, I'm trying to express how much I care about this, and I'm trying to express how passionate I am about it. I don't know if it's coming across or if it just sounds like words, but I really, really am. This is something that I'm going to pour everything I have into. I feel like this is what I was put on this earth to do. This is what my North Star is. This is what everything I've been doing has led towards, to try and like get to this place. And I'm very serious about filmmaking. I'm very serious about movies in general. I absolutely adore the medium, and I love gaming. And these are the two things that I'm most passionate about in my life. So to be able to marry them together and to be able to do something with something that I'm so passionate about as my favorite game ever made. I have dozens and dozens of hours in the original PS4 version that came out, and then I just went ham on the other version, and I play it at least twice a year. I live and breathe this game. I probably have a cumulative...
He's glazing Bloodborne too much. Stop glazing this. What a fucking Sony pony, man. God damn. What was it? All right, who got the code? Was it Lego Horizon? Wait, is that what it was? Lego Horizon? His hair is platinum gray. Interesting choice. Wait, did he dye his hair that color? I thought he just went gray. Like me and MGS. Hey, yeah, guys, you're going to find out next. I'm producing the Metal Gear Solid movie. I don't think it was a marathon code. Someone got it and isn't saying. It was Lego Horizon? Okay. Damn. Well, I hope whoever got it is happy with it. They're not announcing it because they're like, I'm very displeased.
Of like 600 to 700 hours in it. So I'm going to be really annoying about this. I'm going to be talking about this any chance I get. Any new information I have, any updates, any announcements towards who's involved, when it's happening, what it looks like, anything like that, I am going to be chewing your ears off about it. I am going to bang this drum so hard, and I'm relying on not only my audience, but anybody that's watching this to really just rally behind this. Hunters rally behind this and make it a big deal, because it is. And I'm so pumped. I can't wait. I was like shaking and like tearful last night when it got announced. And I had like 10 tabs open and I was reading so much feedback about it. I was reading everybody's comments about it. I was perusing the internet and fishing through everything I could just to try and get like a macro picture of where we are. And I promise you, I'm going to do my best, my absolute best. I'm going to put everything I have into this and try my best to make it as good as possible. Anyway, that's kind of all I have. I know, I wish I had more to be able to show you. I wish I had more to be able to talk about, but all in good time. Yeah, I can't believe I'm able to like make this video.
Well, that's awesome. Good for him, man. I mean, it does give me a lot of hope, you know, that it did surprise me. I'm like, Jacksepticeye. But he does seem pretty fucking passionate about this game, man. He's into it. So it's interesting because he referenced the writers and the people involved, and I guess I didn't realize like that hasn't been announced yet. So really curious who's going to be writing and directing. MBG, what is this I'm seeing? So a Bloodborne, an animated R-rated Bloodborne movie was announced. It's in development at Sony Pictures, and Jacksepticeye, the YouTuber you see, he's producing it. He's been brought on as a producer role. So next we got to find out who's writing, who's directing. Stuff like that is going to be maybe even more important for obvious reasons. Well, yeah, he's really excited, man. Maybe this is a good decision. All right, let me bring my camera back over here. Hold on. Here, we have a super chat from Crazy J Voices with a $10 chat. Thank you, man. He says, with Sony pricing out their domestic market of Japan, it begs the question. They want all the PS4 users to upgrade. How many more PS5s would they sell / have sold if they traditionally lowered the price? That is a good question. I mean, I do feel like it would be safe to say that they would at least get, well, I mean, I don't know how many millions of PS4 players are still on, but I would say at least a few million over the next like 2 years of like the real holdouts, like the people who are like, bro, I ain't moving. But then if they were able to like get the price down enough to a point where it's like PS5 for $300, man, you know, come on. I think they would have gotten quite a few PS4 players to finally just be like, all right, I'm going to pull the trigger. I do wonder if one of the reasons why they did decide to raise the price, why they thought it was worth doing that. There's a big decision they made is because they just determined that the people who are still on PS4 are not moving. They're just not. Maybe one day they will, but there's nothing we can do because they're playing Fortnite. They're playing, they're playing. If we just talked about GTA Online, right? GTA Online weekly. Let me see. I have the numbers right here. So GTA Online weekly has 1.8 million players on PS4 alone. 1.8 million players. There's way more on PS5. There is... On PS5, there's 3.4 million players. But look at that. PS4 is still holding its own, dude. And that's just one game. That's one popular live service game available on the PS4. So I think Sony maybe has just determined that, because I feel like intuitively you would think if you lowered the price of the PS5, finally pushed those PS4 players over, maybe what's happening with the live service games, it's just put them in a position where it's like, nah, dude, you can make that thing $200. They're not moving. They're perfectly fine where they are. They're not leaving their PS4s until they break, basically. And maybe Sony just decided it's a lost cause. It's not even worth trying to pursue. But yeah, that number to me is very telling. 1.8 million people playing. Although, hold on though. GTA Online, GTA 6 coming out at the end of this year, PS5 only, GTA Online 2 not releasing on PS4. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe Sony knows. They're like, hey, this 1.8 million people playing GTA Online on the PS4, yeah, we're banking on you buying GTA 6 to play GTA Online 2 on PS5. It could be that. Maybe that makes more sense. Yeah, Mouse PI for Hire has been getting some good reviews. I think that's going to be the next game I play. Did you see the 007 ending was spoiled? I haven't. I don't want to see it. I think that's kind of crazy. PS5 in Japan is pretty much over. If Sony ever wants to be serious about PlayStation Japan, besides affordable pricing, they need more exclusive Japanese-oriented games. Yeah, we'll see how the handheld for them over there does. A lot of people, if they waited for current gen this long, not even GTA will convince them after an increase. Well, I think GTA is a little bit different. Because again, if there's 1.8 million people playing on PS4 and the only game they play on PS4 is GTA Online, when GTA Online 2 comes out, that's probably literally what they're waiting for. That's probably why they haven't bought a PS5. But that's a little bit different because you're getting a second version of GTA Online, right? At least that's the assumption. It's not confirmed, but I think it's a safe assumption. You're not going to get like a Fortnite 2. So that's a little bit different. Like, if there's 1.8 million players playing GTA Online on PS4, how many players are playing Fortnite on PS4? Probably significantly more. Or, at least a little bit more. And those players are not going to leave because there's no Fortnite 2. Unless, until Epic Games says, yeah, we're not supporting Fortnite on PS4 anymore. Until they say that, people aren't going to move. So now it went from 20 plus million sales extra GTA to just 2 million extra sales. I don't know. I honestly don't know, dude. Like, I still view GTA 6 as an anomaly. And I try to keep in mind that any expectation I may have for GTA 6 is at risk of being completely annihilated in either direction. But I do lean much more towards a positive direction, So it's like, if I'm anticipating if I want to be conservative and say, I think GTA 6 will move between 3 and 5 million PS5 units, within its first year. Not even first year, but like 6 months of being out. I think to me, I guess that's kind of conservative. I don't know. 3 million on the low end. I think that's kind of realistic. I mean, come on. Who knows, dude? Maybe we're not ready for what's about to happen. Maybe Sony knows something we don't, man. Maybe Sony sees the wish lists. Keep in mind, they see that. You can wish list GTA 6. Maybe they saw the wish list and they're like, oh shit. Like, up the price. I don't know. That's the only data that currently Sony can look at and gauge anything from. MBG, PS6 or PS6P? It's a real question. Geez, you're saying 4 million Fortnite players on PS4? Damn, that's a lot, dude. Just on PS4? If that number's true, that's a lot. My God. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to move. They're only going to move, in my opinion, again, if Epic is like, yeah, we're not supporting PS4 or Fortnite anymore. Clark, what's up, man? Just trying to bite me. Easy kid money. PS6P. PS6P. Buy the PS6PP. All right. Guys, I should probably tell you about Spider-Man. Oh, stop that. I should probably tell you guys about Spider-Man 3. I have like no interest in talking about Spider-Man 3 only because it's like, well, yeah. Anyway, look, for those who don't know, who was it? Clark, stop it. You are being bad. Bad cat. What was his name? He is the face model for Peter Parker in the Spider-Man games. Not everyone can afford to move. The poor stay poor, MBG. That's true. That's true too. Yeah. I mean, it is a shitty situation to think that like there are a lot that you have to assume that a lot of people on PS4 right now would like to be on PS5. Why wouldn't they want a PS5? And yeah, it is one of those things where it's like, I guess the reality is there's just going to be people for like GTA Online. Here's GTA Online 2. You can only play it on PS5 and Xbox Series. People who are playing GTA Online 1 right now, it's like, that's fucking awesome. I can't. Like, I don't know when I'll be able to just drop a cool $600, $650 on a PS5. I don't know if I ever can anytime soon. And that's, that is, I mean, listen, unless, no, that's not possible. I was going to say, unless they announce some kind of like version of GTA Online 2 that'll be available on the PS4 and Xbox One, but I just don't, that to me, that's not possible because it's going to be in Vice City, and the Vice City that's being built is for current gen only. I think it literally can't. It can't. It won't run on the PS4 or Xbox One. But that's true. Ben Jordan, thank you. Yeah, the Shems, you're saying the idiot actor, he spilled the beans. I mean, I guess some people I think are a little bit surprised. I'm not too surprised. So Ben Jordan, he is the face model for Peter Parker in the Spider-Man games, and he recently posted a picture of himself in a mocap suit on Instagram, doing the Spider-Man hand gesture, saying, if you know, you know. And so, yeah, he pretty much leaked the fact that development on Spider-Man 3 to some extent has begun. Shouldn't be too shocking, though, because it's like, of course, Spider-Man 3 is coming. It seems to me like what we're looking at is Wolverine this year, Venom next year at the launch of the PS6, and then maybe a year after that, the announcement of Spider-Man 3 to come out in like maybe 2028, but probably 2029. That's my guess. That sounds like a pretty safe bet. So like, even though he had to delete that. Obviously, he deleted that off of Instagram. He was not supposed to do that. But yeah, it seems pretty obvious they're making a Spider-Man 3. Why would they not make a Spider-Man 3? Everybody's anticipating that. To me, it's just fascinating to think that, I mean, we're going to get a Wolverine, Venom, Spider-Man 3. And I have to admit, my excitement for Spider-Man 3 is not very high. I just got to be honest with you. I'll still play it. I enjoyed Spider-Man 2. It was a fun game, but after I play Wolverine, I'm just not sure. Like, you're giving me Wolverine and Venom back to back. Spider-Man's going to seem like, Like, okay, Spider-Man's cool, but nah, dude. Wolverine, get the fuck out of here. Wolverine's my dude. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying, also, Spider-Gwen is the main protagonist. Ladies on top. Don't tell me that. Hold on. Now you're fucking with me. Dude, oh my God. Do it. Do it. No, there's no fucking way. Who will be the main protagonist in Spider-Man 3 PS5? Marvel's Spider-Man 3 on PS5 is expected to feature a dual protagonist approach with both Peter Parker and Miles Morales as playable characters, supported by a significant role for Silk. Okay, here's what I'll say. I'm totally cool with that if they're like, we're replacing the Mary Jane sections with Silk. I'm totally cool with that. Dude, if they come in and they're like, Silk's the main character, I'm like, I'm fucking done, dude. If they pull they can't do that. They just can't do that, dude. Oh my God. People will lose their minds. But that actually makes sense to me. Keep the dual protagonist approach with Peter and Miles, and then instead of MJ, Silk sections. That would seem cooler than the MJ sections. State of play still not confirmed. We're talking about Spider-Man 3 right now, but no confirmation of state of play yet. You rather them try different things. Green Goblin, Spider-Man 3. Like, I'm still excited for Spider-Man 3, but dude, Wolverine is like so much fucking cooler than Spider-Man in my opinion. Like, I like Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man. I like Peter Parker, but even like growing up, dude, like I was never into Spider-Man the way a lot of other kids were. To me, I thought like Wolverine's fucking awesome. I don't know why. It just appealed to me. I like the violence. I don't know, it just speaks to my more barbaric side. I like the brutality and the violence and it just, I don't know, just feels more badass to me. And that's why like I'm so fucking stoked for I really hope Wolverine is based on that trailer they showed, man, but he's Canadian, that's true. I was informed. I don't know if this is true or not. I'm just throwing this out. You know what? I'm not going there. Never mind. No fucking chance I'm going there. I'm going to end up starting a whole other conversation in the chat that I just won't be able to walk. See, I'm thinking before I speak. That's true. He is Canadian. But you know what? A lot of cool Canadians. We got Wolverine. We got Keanu Reeves. We got Corey Landiga. Okay? That's so debatable, MBG. Spider-Man is so... Well, yeah, no, Spider-Man is way more popular than Wolverine. I agree with that. Spider-Man, Wolverine's not going to sell as well as Spider-Man. It literally can't. But to me, Wolverine was always... Wolverine was always, the Marvel character that I gravitated towards. And I really liked. Now, granted, I didn't really grow up reading comics that much. I read some, but it was mainly in, games, but especially the original X-Men movies. With Hugh Jackman and whatnot, I'm like, hell yeah, this is cool as hell. And they kind of made him the main character in those movies, come to think of it. Crazy J Voices with a $5 super chat. You're saying Sony's biggest mistake with the limited amount of exclusives for this gen was to make most also available to PS4 players. Why buy the cow when? Well, that's, we've talked about that numerous times. Rich, don't start. What else is repulsive to you, Rich? We talked about this numerous times about how, like, is Sony's approach with the PS6 going to be true exclusives just for the PS6? Or are they going to do cross-gen with the PS5? The data indicates that even when they did cross-gen, most people were still buying it for the PS5. So it didn't seem to matter too much, but times have changed. That was when the PS5 was more affordable. Sony was able to offer a digital PS5 for $400. So, that compared to here's Venom or Astrobot 2 or Gran Turismo 8, PS6 and PS5, PS6 is $750. PS6 digital is $700 or something, like $650, same price as a PS5. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that right now Sony's plan might be to just really kind of tether the PS5 to the PS6, man. I really think that might be their play. I know we just continue to talk about it. It's hard not to, though, because you could just tell. You can tell, like, you can almost feel the meetings happening. Where like they're trying to figure it out. They really are. And yeah, that's true, Chris. You're saying the PS4 port stopped a while ago. That is true. And, maybe they could just take a similar trajectory with, the PS6, where it's like, yeah, by the time Spider-Man 3 comes out in 2028 or 2029, summer 2029, it's like, yeah, we're cutting off PS4 or PS5 now. They could do that. Wolverine is pretty popular, actually. He is popular, yeah. Spider-Man is extremely popular, though, man. Spider-Man's on, like, another level. I don't think there's any Marvel character that's as popular as Spider-Man. In fact, I don't know that there's any superhero that's more popular than Spider-Man. Maybe Batman comes close? Whose side are you on, Rich? Canada or Kojima? Neither. Kojima is like a communist vacationing in Canada. Oh, man. Mouse PI is digital only at the moment. The physical version not releasing yet. I know. The physical version isn't coming out till July. I pre-ordered the physical version not knowing that, but I'm probably still going to buy it digitally. I might double dip on this game because I do think it looks really cool. Let me see my cats. Oh, they're fighting. A cat battle back there. I'll say I see kids dressed as Spider-Man clothes on the daily. Wolverine, not so much, even though Wolverine's really popular. But I think Spider-Man has that universal appeal, Got that universal appeal of that, I think Spider-Man appeals to a younger audience generally, I think. I do think Insomniac Games was the best pickup Sony did. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By quite a margin. Play Crimson Desert in the meantime. No, come on, bro. Wolverine is a Canadian dwarf with pigtails. I mean, I- other than the pigtails, oh, he kind of does have. I mean, that might be a somewhat accurate. I don't know. That's that's the craziest description I ever heard for Wolverine, dude. Everybody's favorite Canadian dwarf with pigtails. Angry Canadian dwarf with pigtails. Batman isn't a superhero, though. He's got lots. He just has lots of gadgets and physically fit, but can outsmart other superheroes. Yeah, Batman's. I've always liked Batman too. Growing up, I like Superman as well, but I feel like Batman was way more prevalent when I was growing up than Superman was. Superman like played second fiddle to Batman. But yeah, I don't know. I'll definitely be. My hope with Spider-Man 3 ultimately is that Insomniac took the feedback of Spider-Man 2 and that some of the story beats, things felt a little rushed. It lacked the, I think it lacked some cohesion, and it certainly lacked the impact that Spider-Man 1 story had. So if they can bring that back, man, and really have the third game hit some higher notes. Because dude, I don't really think about Spider-Man 2 story like at all. I gotta be honest. Compared to the first, like I'm not always thinking about, like I don't constantly think about the first story, but anytime I am bringing up Insomniac, Spider-Man 1 is the game I usually think about, or like story wise. I'm like, yeah, they hit some really high notes with that story. 80 hours on Crimson Desert, and still have to finish up on the first area. Yeah, that's crazy to me. Batman is my goat. Superman's okay. Captain America versus Wolverine. I'm picking Wolverine. Yeah, I'm picking Wolverine too. You would enjoy Batman more if his plot armor wasn't so crazy. Well, I do think there were numerous reports and rumors like a year or two ago that um, a new Batman game is in development at Rocksteady. So they're going back. God, sometimes I forget Rocksteady. The last Batman game they put out was in 2015. And I forget about Kill the what how stupid. God, man. Some of the worst decisions were made this generation, man. I remember like when they announced Kill the Justice League and they first showed it, people were like, "Yeah, this is kind of cool, I think." But I remember thinking like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Why are you guys going with Suicide Squad? Like that's lame. Who cares about this?" But it's like, "No, it'll be great." And then like a year or two later it was revealed like, "No, this is a live service shooter." It's like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like what are you doing?" Yeah, right. And Kevin Conroy, that was his last role, I think, as Batman. Sad. Um, but one of the things I remember too is like Sony highlighted this game at a state of play. Like Sony did I think they did a 30-minute state of play, and then they were like, "Stay tuned for like a 20-minute deep dive of Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League." And it's like, oh my god, bro. Like, what are you like? This is some of the worst shit I've ever seen. What are we doing? Insert meme: Wolverine lying in bed holding picture. MBG thinking about Spider-Man 1 story. Dude, yeah, I assume there's going to be quite a few Wolverine memes. That's one of the things I think Sony Studios still like to do that. When they release their games, they like to put out custom memes. I've always appreciated they did that because they're pretty funny. I'm assuming there's going to be quite a few Wolverine ones. Yeah. Worst closer of all time. Dude, that was crazy. And what's even crazier is that game cost over $200 million. Jim Ryan thought that was a great game. Yeah. By the way, there were rumors that Sony tried to lock down. I don't know if they did or not, but they were trying to lock down the new Batman game from Rocksteady that they're making as an exclusive for PS6. Who knows if they are, or if they locked it down or not. I never asked for this, honestly. WB was throwing that money around. They were. Oh, thank you, MVP Malls. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I mean, sometimes we're a little all over the place. I think people are kind of used to that by now. But I appreciate that you guys appreciate it. Yeah, so that's what's going to be interesting is apparently the state of play is happening on the 16th, which is Thursday. But we know that there's this Xbox first look, and that's happening at 1 p.m. So, it might be a long stream day. If Sony is doing a state of play, it's clearly going to be after that show. Might just be reacting to it all that day. You hope they lock down Batman. It shouldn't be on Xbox. Xbox isn't deserving of any of the superhero games. Okay, Rich Rod 2.0. I mean, all I will say is this: if Sony locks down, so here's a question I have: is if Sony is willing, I don't think they are. No, you know what? Never mind. That's not going to happen. I was going to say, like, I wonder if Sony would be willing to pay a bunch of extra money to lock down a game and not have it release on PC. But then again, apparently, second party game deals they're giving them the option to release it on PC. So if they didn't try to make it a live service, terrible decision. It's like they changed direction halfway through. Yeah, apparently that game, Kill the Justice League, was going through some type of development hell, man. He's an angry elf. It's so weird to have Sony discuss a Zelda movie at CinemaCon. Yeah, that's fascinating, man. Sony and Nintendo partnering on the Zelda movie. I don't know that I care about a Zelda movie. I mean, I guess I'd be interested in watching it. I've just never been into Nintendo, bro. Like, I don't know I feel weird for it. Sometimes I'm not gonna lie, because like the way people talk about Nintendo, it feels like I should get it, but I don't. Like I kind of get it, but I was a kid too, and I grew up around Nintendo, and even as a kid, I'm just like, I'm not. What is this? Like, I'm not into this. Although I will say I remember playing Mario 64. Mario 64 is pretty sick. I will admit. Mario 64 was that game was so strange to me, man. So strange. I just remember being like a little freaked out by it. Was I a Sega kid? No, I was a Nintendo kid. Like, I remember the earliest memories I have of engaging with video games was, I think I remember there was this Star Wars game. It wasn't even mine. I went over this kid's house. I don't know how young I mean, I had to be really young, dude. I had to be like 4, maybe 5 years old. No. I have this problem where I can't remember my childhood. I've talked to you guys about this. Like, I can remember some things, but dude, like, I just can't really remember most of my childhood. Apparently, that's very concerning. Not like there's something wrong with my brain. Like, apparently, it's not I need therapy, is what that means. But I can't remember details. I have this vague memory of going over this kid's house. I don't even remember who the kid was. I just think he was a friend from school. And he had like an SNES, and there was a Star Wars game. I think it was a Empire Strikes Back game or something. And he was like really into it and trying to show me it and wanted me to play it. And I was like looking at it. I'm like, I just want to play toys, bro. Like, I'm not. What is this? I'm not interested in this. I have very vague memories of SNES versions of like Batman and whatnot. Is that what it was? Super Empire Strikes Back. You can't. Was it trauma? I mean, it might be trauma. Mario was probably too difficult for you. Yeah, I remember like just being totally. I don't remember ever beating it. I remember being fascinated by it, but just yeah, I'm like just wandering around. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But yeah, man, that's like the earliest memory I have. The memory that I've talked to you guys about numerous times, that this one is very clear to me, or, well, I mean, a lot clearer, is I'm just trying to remember what year it would have been, dude. Because I think I was a little bit late. I don't know if late is the right word to use. We're like, what year did the N64 come out? So, N64 release, that came out 1996. Okay, so I didn't realize North America on March 1st, 1997. Okay, okay. Wait, hold on. The N64 was released on June 23rd, 1996 in Japan, followed by September 29th, 1996 in North America. Okay, so I think I may have received. Okay, so here's what I think may have happened. If I'm making a guess here with my timeline because I can't remember clear enough. But my guess is that the N64 comes out. I think my cousin maybe got one at launch. My cousin was like 2 years older than me. So what? That's 90s. No, that is that right? That cannot be right. No, that cannot be right because I would like be 3 years old at that point, and I definitely was not three. So no, it had to have been a couple years later. I'm thinking maybe I was 5 or 6. Yeah, it had to be maybe even older. Yeah. It could have been like 98. 90, I think 98 may have been the year. But I'm just so confused because I remember there was a year where my parents got me and my sister an N64 for Christmas. And we were supposed to like share it. And the reason why we got an N64 was because my cousin had come over. Either, I mean, it could have been weeks, it could have been months. I don't even know. But it's at some point earlier that year, my cousin came over, brought his N64, and I was like obsessed with. I'm like, we were playing Super Smash Bros. 64, and I was like, hell yeah! March 1st, 1997 was that the U.S. release. I wonder if it could have been Christmas of '97. I would have been. See, I still feel like I was too young. I mean, it could have been. It could have been. Again, my timeline is so messed up. I wish it was not like this in my brain, but I could have been 4. I mean, I could have been 4 years old, and you know, I'm playing N64 with my cousin, playing Super Smash Bros. He was trying to show me Zelda, and I'm like, this is stupid. I remember thinking that, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I remember he was trying to show me Ocarina of Time, and maybe he just did a bad job showing it to me. But I was like, I don't. Why is he playing the flute and shit? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I was a weird kid. I'm like, this isn't interesting to me. I kept telling him like, I want to play Smash Bros. Like that was awesome. And I think he may have had Mario Kart as well, I think. But I remember like the first game that I played on my own N64 was Mario Kart. But I remember I got really bored of the N64 really, really fast. That's the one thing I do remember. And the thing that I can't remember, and I wish I could, I mean, I'm just going to throw stuff out here that could be very plausible, but I have no way of knowing for sure, is I had another cousin on my dad's side of the family. And we would hang out too sometimes. And I think he was the first one, maybe. I can't remember for sure, but he may have been the first person to introduce me to the PlayStation 1. I got to see what game, though. Fuck, man. My memory is so bad. It kind of frustrates me. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. One of the first, I remember playing Medal of Honor. I remember that was a game that my cousin was playing, my other cousin, on the PS1, and we sucked at it. One of the games I do remember playing with My other cousin, though, very frequently on the N64. Because I was trying to think, like, what other N64 games did I play? Turok? Or Turok 2? One of those Turok games, we were always playing co-op. Cheese and Chainsaws are saying 9 of the top 20 highest rated games of all time are Nintendo games. Only Uncharted 2 and Reps PlayStation on the list. You missed out on a lot. Fun games. Yeah, I mean, I always wonder if there's a point in time where I could one day get back into Nintendo, but I think that ship has sailed. If I'm just being honest with myself, it's like I think it would be forced where it's like I'd be trying to tell myself like this is cool, man, but in reality it's like you don't really want to be playing this right now. I don't know though. Some of my kids are interested in Nintendo. None of them are like deep into Nintendo though. Like there's nobody in my family that's like really into Nintendo. I think Mrs. MBG might be the one that's mostly into Nintendo more than anybody. Like she does want to switch too. She's very much anticipating Animal Crossing. Whenever they release a new one for the Switch too. But one of the things I do remember very clearly though, my timeline is all fucked up. Exactly. Slap a PlayStation logo on it like Astro. I'll love it. I'll love it. It's true. Mario, get that shit out of here. Astro, now you're talking. Now you're talking. I don't know. Maybe I did genuinely like Astro, so maybe I am missing out. Maybe I would genuinely like the 3D Mario games. I don't know. Eventually, I don't know when, we will have a Switch 2 in the house at some point. I don't know when, but it'll occur. When it does, because I still played the Switch. Like we had a regular Switch. We had a couple Switch Lites. None of them were mine. But we kind of treated the Switch as like we just, it was just there for whoever wanted to play it. Played some Mario Party. Played some Smash Bros. Like I used it as kind of just more of like a family console, social console. So it's not like I didn't have any interaction with Nintendo, even with the Wii. Dude, I remember I had a Wii, Just Dance, Wii Sports, all that shit. So for me, Nintendo basically just fell to it was relegated to just random. It's a social / family console, It was never something that I went to go engage with on any deep level. But if we do get a Switch 2 eventually, who knows? I mean, dude, the Duskbloods looks kind of fucking sick, I gotta admit, that looks awesome. Weird that it's multiplayer oriented, though. That kind of turns me off, the fact that it's Nintendo doing it. It just feels wrong. But there could be a chance where I try out some of these games in the future. I don't know, though. I'm stubborn like that, man. You know how hard it was for me to come back to PlayStation? Do you guys know how difficult that was for people to like convince me to like go play PlayStation, dude? It's just, I don't know. It's in my nature. I hit my head a bunch when I was a kid. Hopefully that helps explain things. No, I never did Cheese and Chainsaws. I know, right? Am I a failure? Have I failed? I probably failed. Oh, yes. Thank you. Unico. Yeah, you're saying you played Duke Nukem 3D at 6. I remember that. Dude, that was the game See, I think it's because of the way I was influenced as a kid. Like, my cousin, he was the one who introduced me to Nintendo, and he liked it, but I think he very quickly, like, in favor of the PlayStation 1. Because I remember him distinctly, dude, he was obsessed with Duke Nukem. And he would he's like, Johnny's like, I got to show you this. And he would always like show me this game, and I would watch him play. And there was Metal Gear Solid 1. Although I was, I didn't know what the hell was going on with Metal Gear Solid at that time. I was too young. Medal of Honor. There were a bunch of, and Resident Evil 2. I know Resident Evil 2 was on the N64, but I didn't experience it until the PS1. So it's interesting because, like, when I was a kid, I mean, what? So I think if my memory serves, I was around 5 or 6 years old. I have this picture of me in this room, in my bedroom in an apartment that I grew up in, and in this picture I was like 6 years old. And I had this PS1, you know, and my CRT television or whatever. And I remember that pretty distinctly because one of the things I do recall is how the moment I got a PlayStation, I don't remember how I got a PlayStation 1. I wish I could remember this shit. It's crazy. I can remember getting my N64. I can remember waking up to that on Christmas morning. Can't remember my PS1. I have no fucking idea how I got a PS1. I literally can't remember. And that, like, stuff like that drives me nuts. But I remember once I got my PS1, I wanted nothing to do with my N64. I've always been this way, even as a kid, where for some reason, just the games that I was looking at and playing on the PS1 were just more appealing to me. I don't know what it was. I remember I was playing kids games too. I mean, I was weird. I was playing like SpongeBob, but then I was playing Medal of Honor, you know? And then I remember playing this. Do you guys remember Simpsons Wrestling? Does anybody remember the Simpsons Wrestling? I played that. And I was like, what the fuck is this game? Why is this game so horrible? But I remember playing Resident Evil 2, and I thought Resident Evil 2 was so fucking cool. But I was a little bitch. I was a little baby. I couldn't play it. God, I'm sure there's way. I mean, I remember there was this Jurassic Park dinosaur fighting game, which I thought was pretty sick. And so, honestly, once I kind of got absorbed into the PlayStation 1, yeah, dude, the only time I went back to Nintendo, okay, well, to be fair, the Pokemon games kept me tethered to Nintendo through Pokemon. I remember I had a Game Boy Color. I had Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue. I loved those games. I got the Game Boy Advance. I got the Game Boy SP. And then I think that's where I got kind of like cut off. After that, I got a PSP. I thought the PSP was so fucking cool, but looking back on it, I like didn't really use it. Like it was weird. It's like I felt like this thing is so cool, and I just remember watching that movie Lords of Dogtown constantly on it. That's the biggest thing I remember with my PSP, and I had a Madden game on it. So I think that was one of those things where I thought I would like it more than I did. But after that, I went back to Nintendo for Resident Evil 4. Finding out that RE4 was exclusive to GameCube, I had to make sure to get a GameCube, and that's the only thing I basically played on it. Outside of that, though, man, like starting with the PS1, I upgraded to the PS2, and ironically, I mean, it's so funny, right? Because it is the fact that the PlayStation 1, but especially the PlayStation 2, had all the games I wanted to play, like third party wise. Where like the first game I got for the PS2 was GTA Vice City. I didn't do Twin. I wanted to play Twin Snakes, and it was dude. I can't remember what the hell stopped me from playing Twin Snakes. I remember being like yearning to play that game on my N64, but something I like just never acquired it for some reason. I have no idea why. Like this is what I'm saying. Like I don't know if maybe I had to make a decision where I was limited in how many. It's probably something along those lines. I was like extremely limited in what games I could get, and there may have been something else at the time. I can't remember. I'm a fake MGS fan. I know. I felt really bad about it, and I remember like years later, I'm like, I got to go back and play this. But then I remember hearing that like, no, dude, this game's shit. Like what? And you're like, yeah, people are like, dude, they like this. This is not MGS1. Like they. And then I saw like clips of Snake doing like slow mo backflips and shit. I'm like dodging missiles. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is kind of weird. Your dad forced you to play Nintendo games? That's funny. I have an NES upstairs. My father-in-law gave it. It was his. I got an NES. I got some classic game. I got like a Zelda game. Still works. I ain't playing that shit. Who would play this? Kojima gave it his blessing. Interesting. He greenlit the changes. Nice. He slow-mo jumps in the PS1 version during the raving. I mean, that's true. I guess it just... One of the things I remember with Twin Snakes is like when I was watching like a review of it, like a couple reviews, and it felt like it was trying to be way cooler than it needed to be, where it's like, well, everything that was kind of done with the original MGS1 is like already cool enough, but they're like, no, we got to take it even further. I don't know. I haven't played it, so I don't know. Maybe one day I'll have to go back. I always kind of wondered if they would ever port that, you know? Like, I'm kind of surprised they haven't. The Twin Snakes to, like, PS5. I would totally play it. If they just ported the PS5 tomorrow and it's like it's $30 or something, like, okay, sure. It was the John Woo version. I guess that's a good description, yeah. The John Woo version. I mean, I kind of like... You would think I would have liked that more. And it would be more appealing to me because I love action. You have rabies? I'm sorry to hear that. That's not good. Well, anyway, I see we're over the 4-hour mark, so I guess this will be a good place to kind of wrap it up. I'm just rambling about stuff. Let me see. But yeah, I guess I don't even know how I got onto this conversation, but dude, that's a game. There we go. That's a game. Yes. I was sitting here trying to think, like, what other N64 games did I play? Army Men, bro. Army Men, Sarge's Heroes. That was one, right? Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I'm looking over some N64 games now. See, like, I'm looking at these games. So, Spider-Man released on N64, yet I played it on PlayStation. Donkey Kong 64. Did the N64 not have, like, good third-party support? N64 third-party games. Turok 2. Yeah, that was the one I remember playing. It's funny. So many of these N64 games I remember seeing all the time at Blockbuster. Pac-Man World. Gex. The N64 didn't have strong third-party support, did it? Because I'm looking. I'm not seeing much. Hey, MBG, don't forget the dream you had. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you that. It's really short. It's nothing long. Ironically enough, my dream is gaming related. It's super random. But it's not the dream itself that's important. No Mercy in WrestleMania 2000. All right, well, here's what we'll do. You don't buy I don't know, dude. I can tell you, when I got a PS1, it was not for first party games. It wasn't. I mean, did Sony really even have a first party? I guess they kind of did with the PS1. I feel like it was almost non-existent though. The PS1 strength back then just felt like we got games that aren't on Switch, aren't on N64. Signosis. Oh, yeah, true. I think Bend was around. That's another game I remember my other cousin. Yeah, so I think both of my cousins had PS1s, and they were basically both showing it off to me, and I think that's what won me over. My other cousin, I remember, he would come over with his PS1, and he was obsessed with Siphon Filter. I wasn't really into Siphon Filter. I remember thinking like, man, this is cool. But I remember I would like ask him like, what other games do they have, and he would tell me all these other games. I'm like, man, the PS1's so cool. Got this lame ass N64, this Dookie. I'll tell you guys my so here's what we'll do. I'll tell you this little story. It's a 2-minute story. And after that, we're gonna Crash, Tekken. Tekken was a big one. I remember. My other cousin had Tekken. You good? What are you on? Tekken was great, dude. GTA 2? No. I didn't play GTA 2. Who was playing GTA 1 and 2, bro? Somebody was. All right, so we're going to wrap this up. I'll tell you this really short story. It's ow. Please don't attack me. So if you want to drop any more support before we wrap up, if you want to drop any more memberships, super chats, direct donations, now is the time to do that. But I was dreaming. I had this dream last night. Clark, you son of a... Get down. Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you gonna do when the symbol comes for you, bro? He's scared of the drums. So I had this dream last night. Listen, it was weird as hell. The dream isn't the weird part. Actually, I got two for you. Last night, no, the night before, I had a. You know what I had a dream about? For no reason at all. Elden Ring. Now, I want to make it clear, I don't dream about video game related stuff often. I really don't. You would think I do. I really don't. It's like pretty rare. I just had this dream about Elden Ring. And this Elden Ring dream was so strange because it was so detailed. It was bizarre. In this Elden Ring dream, I was like in this altered, weird version of Elden Ring. Maybe it was similar to maybe something like Elden Ring Night Rain, where everything was kind of mixed together. Except I was playing alone, I guess, but it was real. It was like I was actually in it. Like VR or some shit. And I remember I had to like run across the map to get to this specific dungeon, do this boss battle to unlock this thing. So I'm like running through these areas. I'm running through all these enemies. I get into this area. There's a boss battle. I have to fight 2 Knights of Altorius or something, like at one time. I beat them. And then I unlocked this fucking special incantation where I can become a dragon. And dude, it's just so weird because when I woke up, I'm like, why the fuck did I dream about that? Like normally you dream about stuff you're thinking about. Dreams are stuff that's on the subconscious. And then there's just like, I haven't played or thought about Elden Ring in years. And I'm just over here in my fucking having dreams about, defeating bosses and unlocking incantations. Anyway, I had this dream last night. This was really different. I had a dream that I had an interview with Ashley Johnson. I have no fucking idea why. I guess we talk about Naughty Dog and shit, and it was funny because like in the dream, everything was normal. It was like an in-person interview, and I was like recording it. And I was allowed to ask certain questions. And I remember in the dream specifically, like, I was like, I'm going to try to see if I can get her to spill the beans about Last of Us 3. And at one point, I was like asking, I'm like, so how about that third Last of Us game? Right? And as I was asking that question, this is where dude, somebody explain this to me. This is some of the weirdest shit I ever experienced. Suddenly, I don't know how to explain this. You know, if when you're like watching a screen, like if you're watching a TV, and then the screen just kind of goes blank, or like a signal comes up and it's like a static signal screen. Imagine it was that, but my entire vision. It was so fucking weird, dude. Like I'm just in this dream, not lucid. This is not a lucid dream, so I was not aware I was dreaming. And then it just went black. And suddenly I became lucid. Where I'm not awake. My eyes are not open. Everything went black. I'm suddenly aware. I'm like, where am I? I like literally. I'm like, where the fuck am I? What is this? And suddenly, I hear this voice, and it's really faint. It's almost like static coming through, and it's saying like, can you hear this? Can you hear what I'm saying? Can you hear me? Is this coming through? And I was like freaked. I was freaked out because I was totally lucid, man. I was not awake. I was pulled out of my dream. I'm just in this. I don't know where the hell I was. My eyes are not open, and I'm just hearing this. And then I just wake up, and I'm like, what in the fuck was that? Where I feel like normally you have two states. You have your awake state. I'm awake. I'm lying in my bed. I'm awake. I'm conscious. I'm aware. And you have your sleep/dream state, you know? And that's really all there is. For some reason, there was just this weird in-between state where it felt like I was completely awake and aware, but just in some kind of void. And I kept hearing this voice. And then I went back to my, okay, now you're awake and conscious. Very strange. Very, very strange. Not sure why that happened. As I was dreaming, I was getting close, guys. I think I was in the astral plane interviewing Ashley Johnson, and I was about to have her spoil The Last of Us Part 3, and Sony sent their ninjas after me on the astral plane. So, have you considered maybe you're psychic, and this isn't the first weird story you told us? I'll tell you this. So something a couple days ago, Mrs. MBG went to a medium, I believe, or I think it was a medium. But she went to one of these people that is supposed to supposedly tell you your future. And I don't know if I believe in this shit. I'm like 50-50 on it. I'm like, it could totally be true. It could just be fucking nonsense. I know for sure there are people that are making it up. They're just very good at cold reading and all that stuff. And this is how they make their money, or they're there to try to like help people. And what was interesting, well, yeah, I mean, dude, there's so many that's the thing. Like, there's so many people that like to take advantage, and it's like they'll take advantage of your belief, your willingness to believe, right? I'm very skeptical about anything. I don't want to be, because it's like, I do believe there's stuff that's real, and I've experienced shit myself. But even as somebody who has experienced stuff, I still, like, dude, I feel like I've literally been visited by actual demons, and even I'm still like, I don't know, bro. Is this shit even real? Like, so imagine that. But she went to, I guess, this medium, and the thing about this specific medium, the way she did it was, it's specifically like telling a person about their future. And it's not necessarily for like trying to reach deceased people or anything like that, specifically about the individual. And Mrs. MBG didn't really go into it too seriously. She went to it with a friend, and there were a couple of interesting things. For example, one of the things that this woman told her that I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, I was a little bit surprised. I'm like, okay, that's very particular and fascinating. She said to her that you're going to be having a surgery in July, and it's going to be a pretty serious surgery, but your recovery is actually going to be fantastic. The normal recovery is going to be anywhere between 5 and 7 weeks, but you're going to recover quicker at around the 3-week mark. And that was so specific. Now, keep in mind, I asked Mrs. MG, I'm like, did this woman ask for any information from you beforehand? Anything? And she's like, no, first time we're ever meeting. Like, okay, that's interesting. So what makes that very interesting is actually, about a month ago, Mrs. MBG had a meeting with her doctor. And this was a doctor surgeon that did massive surgery on her in the past. And he was saying that, so there's another surgery they're going to have to do. And he was saying that they're going to give it a couple months. And if they do it, they're probably going to do it sometime in the summer. And it's stuff like that I'm like, wait, what? You know what I mean? Like it's just something like that where I don't want to believe it because it's like that's not really, come on. Like there's just this random woman, she can just figure things out. She's like existing on a different plane, information's coming to her, and yet like something like this just happens. I'm like, that's extremely specific and actually true. Watch The Mentalist. That sounds familiar. But here's where it gets weird. That wasn't even the weird part. What gets weird, how's the appointment set up though? Maybe they do research. Yeah, I mean, I'll have to ask about that. I was thinking about that too. I'm like, I don't know. Because yeah, people can't, if people really want to go the extra mile and fuck with you, they could literally look you up and try to learn as much about. I mean, that to me, that's totally fucked up. If people are doing that, that's scummy. You'd have to be a piece of shit to do something like that. But here's what's interesting though. The reason why even something like this was so fascinating to me, because this is something that is private between me and my wife. Like she doesn't talk to anybody else about this. Well, I'm pretty much the only other person that knows. I'm like, that's so weird. But here's where things got really strange. So she was telling me when she was at this medium that the medium kept apologizing to her. And the reason she kept apologizing is because she was saying, like, there's somebody or something trying very hard to get through and say something. But I can't pick up what it is, but it's what she was just saying to her is that, like, because again, the whole thing is she's supposed to be focused on the individual and trying to, she was saying somebody else's, I don't know if she called him a spirit guide, but somebody, that's how she worded it. Somebody else's spirit guide or whatever is like trying to come through and convey a message about somebody that's not her. And she kept apologizing because she's like, um, it's this normally, it's not normally like this. And you, thank you for that. Thank you, Arcadia. And she said she was having a really hard time determining what this person or whoever this was trying to come through. She couldn't tell who it was, and she was having a really hard time deciphering what the message was. And the only thing she said that she was able to make, supposedly, was it was something about a vehicle, some kind of vehicle. And she's like, "Does that mean anything to you?" And she's like, "No, I don't think so." You know? And she's like, "Well, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what it means, but that's basically it. Just there's some kind of message being conveyed about some kind of vehicle of some kind." And when she went to go pull the next tarot card, what she pulled, it was a train. Now, what's really weird, what's really fucking weird, and again, this could all just be coincidental. I'm not saying I believe it, but that's why you don't have social media. People post too much. Yeah, that's true. That's true too. I mean, you can these days in the digital age, you can learn whatever you want about people. But what was weird about that to me is, when Mrs. MBG came home and she was telling me about this, she was saying, like, even though she knew going into this, this session, it's about the individual. She said she prayed to my recently deceased cousin. I told you guys early last year, my cousin passed away in a very horrific manner. Very, very traumatizing. And she said that she prayed to him and asked him to try to come through, you know? And she didn't tell me that before she went there. I didn't know that. And the way my cousin passed away was he was hit by a train. And I'm just like, it just feels like there's no way. Like it's like, I don't know that I believe it, but like, it's like, what is that? I don't know. I mean, it's stuff like that I'm like, I don't know what to believe here. Like, this could be a total coincidence or it's legit. And if it's legit, what the hell does that mean? You know? Like, if it's legitimate, it means there's just people walking around the planet that are like, yeah, I can just commune with spirits, and yeah, I could just talk to the other side. There's another side, and we're just talking. That's what she suggested too. Um, but one of the other things too is she was saying, like, when it comes, so a message she was delivering. I don't want to talk too much about it because it gets a little bit personal, but she was. This woman said something like nearly inappropriate. It, like, I'm just so freaked out because, like, when this woman was talking to my wife, Mrs. MBG was telling me at one point this woman got really embarrassed. Like, she started like blushing and got really embarrassed. And she was like, I don't know if I should tell you this, but this is something that I've just been told. And it was something totally inappropriate. And she's like, I don't know. Again, I don't know who's coming through here. And I don't know why they're saying that. And dude, I'm just sitting back here. I'm like, ain't no fucking way. Like, it's just so funny to look at it this way because, like, I knew my cousin very, very well. And you guys think people like Rich Rod over here and Digital Dude, some of the crazy people we get coming through here, they're not really crazy, but I tell you, like, they remind me of my cousin a little bit. My cousin was crazy, dude. The out of pocket shit he would say, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Here's the craziest part. I haven't even told you the craziest part. She got on that level, bro. And I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, that's some weird shit. That's some weird shit. I'm not going to say what it is because it's just too inappropriate. And I'm like, this is weird. So the whole thing was getting kind of weird. Here's the craziest part. And I'm going to leave this to you guys. I still don't know what to think of it. I do not know what to think of it. Because there's a part of me that wants to just go all in. I'll ask her. I'll get more details. I'll talk to Mrs. MBG after this. Does she have names before the session so she can check Facebook or whatever? Let me see. I'll message Mrs. MBG and ask. Because I'm curious myself. I wonder if she can hear the conversation. And started session. I'll see if she can answer. It sounds like she's doing something upstairs. I'll see if she answers. But here's the freakiest part. This part. So, Mrs. MBG, when she was telling me this the night after, the night it happened, she's like, you don't believe any of this, do you? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, maybe. I'm just telling her, like, it could totally be true, but I'm a skeptic like that. Like, I just have a hard time believing that this is real, that people can just do this. Oh, MVP whilst your phone's gonna die? Okay. So what really got me, the next fucking morning, I'll leave it to you guys. I get a message from my aunt. I haven't talked to my aunt in a little while. My aunt, her son passed away. She messages me with this big freak out text. She's like, you're not going to believe this. I finally had my first dream where my son came to me. And I'm just, and I still have to talk to her. I told, I got to call her and ask her what the dream was. But I'm like, I'm like, what? Like, that was the next day. Now, keep in mind, my cousin passed away like a year and a half ago, which is crazy at this point. And I'm just sitting here, and I'm just like, I'm just contemplating all this. And I'm like, what? Yeah, we'll talk. So when we do Morning with the Missus, we could talk about it more. She'll have more detail than I did. I mean, she was the one at the session and whatnot, but and I'll try to talk to my aunt and see what exactly happened in that dream, because that's the thing. She would you know, I don't know. I thought that was crazy. All right, so just a heads up, Mrs. MBG did respond to me. She said that the only thing this person had was her first name. Just her first name. Nothing else. That's it. No phone number, no nothing, just first name. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's super fascinating to me. And, it it's one of these things where I don't know if that sequence of events is like that's like there you go. People there are signs everywhere. Sometimes they're like directly in front of you. You could choose not to believe them if you want. Maybe you just sound like a crazy person, or it could be totally real. And I think about that. I'm like, what if there is another side, and it's like like that other side can only try to get certain messages through in certain ways. It's like I'm fucking leaving messages, man. Like, and I wonder about that. That's why I try not to be so close-minded to it, because it's like if there is a message that's trying to be conveyed, I don't want to be the dude that's like I don't hear nothing. I- Like it's like unless my cousin's spirit appears in front of me and says, "Hey man, can you believe I'm not going to be able to play GTA 6?" I'm like, "Yeah, that sucks, bro." Until that happens, it's not real. None of it's real. But I get it's tough though, because we're talking about really sensitive topics. You're talking about the most brutal thing that people can experience in life, which is loss. And you're talking about some of the rawest, most intense feelings a person can feel. What I just find so strange about the thing that happened with my wife and this medium is that like that's not what like half the stuff that came from it felt like it wasn't supposed to be about that. But then she tells me that she prayed to my cousin prior to going into it, asking him to show up. I'm like, this is, I don't know. I'm going to have to, yeah, maybe I'm going to have to go myself, because I'll get a better read on it. You're saying, oh, we're talking about loss? Yeah, that shit's wild. It is. It's just wild. It feels insane. Interesting. Okay, so she's also telling me that her friend was the one who bought her um the ticket. So she didn't even have her email, phone number, nothing. She literally only had her first name. Yeah, no, I hear you, Lady Gamer. I mean, it's devastating. Life is fragile. That's why it's hard to you got I think everybody knows, like, you kind of have to just you have to still be able to function. And I think that's kind of the irony of the idea of what we're talking about here, where it's like, even if there is like this beyond, and there's like this veil, and there's more out there, right? Even if there is, it's like that doesn't change the fact that as long as you're here, you still got to wake up, do your routine, do your job, take care of things. It's even whatever might be there, it's not really part of what's here. You still have to just exist and do your thing. And, I think we're always reminded of that. But it's when a lot of times it's when I'm just sitting around and I'm thinking and thinking and thinking some more. And, you know, you start to feel certain feelings. And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just where I am at this point in my life. Maybe it's my age. Maybe it's just certain things that have occurred recently. But I just frequently find myself being like, what is this? Like, what is this place, bro? What am I doing here? Like, there's got to be a reason or something, or maybe there isn't, you know? That's the constant tug of war. It's like there's either a reason or there isn't. And all you're left to do is determine for yourself, you know? But just like, you see the Artemis 2 and taking pictures of Earth and shit. And I'm like, man, so weird. Isn't it just so weird? Like, it's just, yet up, you're just you're in this giant rock, basically, with water. You just exist in a void of nothingness. Now, there's other stuff out there, but so far away that it's not even relevant. Like, that's just so weird. Can't think too deeply about it. It freaks me out. Anyway, I just figured I would share some of that with you guys. That thing that happened to me this morning, though, that was pretty strange. I'm not sure what the fuck was going on there. That can't be true. That cannot be true. You're saying Starfield sold 140K on PS5? Where'd that come from? Where did that number come from? That sounds way too low, dude. That's it? Maybe they are going to pull. Maybe they are going to go back to exclusives, dude. That's abysmal. The world didn't feel real when my older brother died. I couldn't process it. But yeah, I was at work, paying bills, going through day to day. Just insanely bizarre. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, that essence. I mean, I feel very similar about my cousin. Me and my cousin were basically like brothers, and it's just weird, I mean, it's like the saying goes, like, you're here and then you're gone. And that's weird. Like, just the idea, like, you're just gone. It's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean? But I totally relate. Starfield Reddit surpassed $200 million on Steam. Let me see. Dude, that's... Oh, it's from Alinea Analytics. Okay. The PS5 version of Starfield has sold 140K copies in 1 week. PlayStation copies sold so far for the below Xbox published game. So they are estimates, but okay, so the problem with this is even if they're off by like 100,000 units, this is bad. Dude. Like, this is just bad. Holy shit. I'm shocked by that. How? I thought Starfield was a bigger deal. That's crazy. Well, I guess we'll see. We'll see where it lands on the NPD report when we get it next month. You do counseling every Tuesday at your doctor's. We process things differently. I lost my uncle when I was younger. I still think about him sometimes. Yeah. I mean, well, no, the thing about Alinea Analytics is, like, it seems like sometimes their estimates are, like, I trust them with Marathon. They said 1.2 million, and I'm like, yeah, the thing is, like, when we look at estimates like this, for example, Marathon being 1.2 million sold, I know we're, like, really jumping topics here, but just to make this point for Alinea Analytics as they make estimates, like, even if they were off by like 1 million, it's like, that's still bad. That's still very bad. you know? And when I look at something like this, where it's like, you guys could be off by 200,000 units, this is still bad. Like, that's still bad. It's just a matter of, like, just how bad is it? Is it, like, bad? Is it really bad? Is it super duper really bad? Is it horrifically bad? And 140,000 copies sold, if that's true, that's pretty bad to me. That's pretty fucking bad, man. And God, I don't know. I guess I expected it to do so well because I don't know. I guess I just figured they have a new expansion. They fixed so much stuff. They've improved so much stuff. and it has this novelty of like, this is the game we withheld, you know, and I just, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. I think maybe I overestimate this shit, dude. I wonder how Microsoft feels. I wonder what their expectations. I feel like, dude, if these numbers are true, I have to imagine they're like, that's not what we expected. Like, because you look at like, how come Forza sold like millions of copies, dude? Is it like the anomaly here? Hmm. Excuse me. Nailing this damn cat hair. I said I was going to wrap the stream up like 45 minutes ago. MBG, my relative, 5 years old, loves playing brain rot Roblox games, uses AI generated images, visuals, and music too. How does that make you feel, Tarnished? I mean, I know it's like, it's not, to me that sounds bad, but it's like, this is how a lot of young kids are engaging with not just games but social media in general. Like, all this stuff is becoming, it's totally normal for them. PS5, hey, you know what you can tell them? Tarnished. You can tell them PS5 has a native Roblox app now. Native. Get on it. So it's the only hope. You can still save him. You think the reviews had a damper on the sales? Maybe put a damper on the sales? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well, to be fair, I've overestimated Starfield this entire time. I've been wrong about Starfield from day one. I bought into the hype. I thought it was going to be a game of the year. I thought it was going to be a game of the generation. Wrong. Thought it was going to sell great. Wrong. Thought it was going to move Game Pass subs. Wrong. Thought it was going to sell on PS5. Wrong. I mean, at what point do I just have to throw in the towel and accept Starfield's kind of a failure? You know, like, I don't know why, and I'm not even rooting for it. I'm just like, this is the same studio that made Skyrim and Fallout, bro. Like, what do you mean? This isn't surprising. DS2. What do you mean DS2 is surprised? Oh, because it didn't sell a lot on PlayStation. I'm really curious to see what Fizzant does, because I do think Death Stranding 2 did not do great. Yeah, I don't think it did well at all. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I question if Death Stranding 2 even broke even. But I think this is where Sony's okay with it. I really do. This is where I think Sony has a tolerance, where they're like, but it got like a 91 on Metacritic, and it's Kojima, and it's highly respected. So it'll, won some awards, I think, or was nominated for some awards. I think to Sony, that, like, for them, I think that's enough justification where it's like, all right, if we didn't win commercially, we can at least win critically. We'll take that. Starfield, I feel like, just kind of missed out on both. Tarnished, you're saying it makes you feel bad and hopeless. I'm sorry. What would happen if they shut down Bethesda? Oh, God. I don't think they would ever shut down Bethesda. People would riot. That'd be bad. Yeah. F Roblox. They have AI generated 6-7 memes. My God, it's worse than I thought. You know what? Maybe there is no hope. What the fuck is that, dude? I enjoyed Death Stranding. Death Stranding was my game of the year last year. You like the first one better? Interesting. First one was really good too. I'm excited for Fizz. I'm not gonna lie. I'm way more excited for Fizz, dude. The idea of Kojima basically saying like, yeah, I'm gonna kind of go back to making a Metal Gear style game. That's got me hyped. Apparently, Starfield made $216.5 million in gross revenue. So maybe Microsoft 30% being gone, that's good. I just wonder, what are they gonna do, man? What are they gonna do? That. Modern Warfare 4. It's coming. We'll see. They still got Call of Duty. All right, guys, I'm going to just check the gaming leaks from our subreddit one more time and check to see if there's Xbox makes only $5 million from the Starfield PS5 port. Most Xbox games on PlayStation are in a similar revenue range. Oh my God, hold on. Oh man. Dude, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, is it possible? That's crazy. Is it possible Microsoft might make the same decision that Sony did where like this just ain't even worth it? Like this is bad. We do have to question though. We do have to question. And it's such an important question that there's only one way to get the answer. How differently would Starfield's sales be on PS5 if it was a day one launch? Perfect image. I'll check it out. Dom the Bomb says everything we know about the new rumored Uncharted game directed by Sean Eskag, who directed Uncharted Lost Legacy. Game has been in development for 4 years. Nathan Drake will be involved in some shape or form. Single player title. Neil Druckmann's producer. Cassie Drake may be the main protagonist. Release date could be 2028-29. Could be a dual PS5, PS6 release. Very interesting. I think we are getting a state of play. Yeah, that's what I wanted to go check before we head out here. Because I have nearly another 5-hour stream. Damn it. I'm glad you guys, for those of you who appreciate these super long streams, I'm glad you appreciate them. It's just funny though, because I always go into my streams being like, I'm not pushing it to 5 hours this time. And I know that that's maybe not a lot for, it seems like it's not a lot compared to some streams, but keep in mind, I spend my mornings making videos. So, which is fine. Like, I'm not saying it's not like grueling work or anything like that. I'm just saying it's like, I always tell myself, like, I'm going to leave myself a little bit more breathing room so that way I don't burn out. And I always end up streaming like close to fucking 5 hours. But I don't know, maybe my tolerance is getting higher. It could be that, which is a good thing. Building up, you know? I know. Don't even talk to me about that. I've talked about that before. Like, dude, what's wrong with people? How do you stream for 12 hours? How can you go 12 hours? Like, what even is that? You have to be dead inside at that point. I'm serious. Like, dude, how do you even do that? Well, you know, to be fair, like, if I started streaming at like 9. Okay, yeah, no, fuck that. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Like, I wouldn't be able to do anything else. How do you even eat? I got a family and shit. Got to work out. I clean myself. Fuck all that. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. They talk for 2 or 3, react for a few, and then game the rest. Okay, well that makes more sense. That makes more sense. All right, I'm just gonna go double check. Did Nate the Hate say anything? Somebody asked 6 hours ago, have they been able to confirm the date of the state of play for you yet or not? Nate the Hate says not yet. So the fact that Nate the Hate can't get confirmation tells me Sony may be willing to delay it. I'll be honest. This is peculiar. Normally he's able to lock it in, but he's saying they're not able to give him a firm yes or no. I wonder if Sony is like, we're delaying it till next week. Well, that's the latest update. So we'll see. We'll see. I do want to remind people, this is the last thing I'll say in regards to the state of play. Don't forget, in the past, Sony has been petty enough. They did it one time. They would do it again. They purposely delayed a state of play by 24 hours just to throw people off because the date leaked. I don't think they would do that again, but they have done it before. So bear that in mind. Tarnished. I'm going to say, yeah, I'm still hopeful. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up today's stream, though. Really appreciate all the support. Appreciate those of you who've been here the whole time. Thank you so much for those who were able to, tune in for when they could. And I also want to make sure to thank everybody for your support. Really got a lot of super chats today. Thank you so much for that. Um, I know we push memberships a lot here, but super chats are, they help just as much. But we did hit 25 members, so thank you all for that. Like I said, we're going to have a morning with the missus this Friday. We'll hang out and talk and all that good stuff. And if you dropped any direct donations, thank you for that as well. Ray just dropped the MBG Discord link in the chat. The Discord is open to everybody. Just, be respectful. NVIDIA is going to buy Dell or HP, apparently. I saw that rumor. What does that mean, though? I don't know. I don't know the greater implications of that. Like, NVIDIA is already so big. I'm not sure what that means. And the only other thing I want to ask you to do is you're heading out. If you haven't already, just make sure you hit that like button. It helps the streams. And I want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And I see you guys, by the way. I see those of you who go and thank him. I appreciate you doing that. And yeah, Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. They'll just get bigger. Yeah. They'll just get bigger. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. We should be back here tomorrow. I think tomorrow I might try to do if I do stream tomorrow, I might do a slightly shorter one. Because if there is going to be a State of Play on Thursday, it seems like that's going to be a really long stream. There is an off chance I might not stream tomorrow, though. I'll have to see. My voice is starting to go. I don't know what it is, man. I just talk for too long. My voice is starting to go. My throat is killing me right now. So I'm going to try to rest up and not talk too much for the rest of the day. Go check out my video I put out earlier. Show that some support, and they'll move into building supercomputers. Will be valuable in the future. Well, yeah, NVIDIA's on an interesting path, man. Still curious to see. Did you see, by the way, really quick before I go, did you see that Phantom Blade Zero? They, removed the LSS5. They're like, nah, bro. That's crazy. All right, guys, that's it. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will catch you in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.